of June 7th for 2022 for the city of San Clemente. I'll do that one more time. I'm calling to order the city council meeting of the city of San Clemente for June 7th, 2022. It's 5:01 p.m. And so let the record show that Council Member Ward is here, Council Member Knobloch is here, Mayor Pro Tem Duncan is here, and Mayor James is here, with only Council Member Ferguson missing, absent, I should say. And we have an invocation.
We have an invocation by Pastor Seth Ebel of Shoreline Community Church.
Please, everyone stand.
All right. Would you pray with me? Father God, we thank you for the privilege of living where we do. We don't take it for granted for a moment in this beautiful village by the sea. And we confess tonight, Lord, that we need your wisdom. It says in the book of James that if anybody lacks wisdom, let him ask of God, who gives generously. And so in this moment, we are appealing to you for wisdom. We're asking, Lord Jesus, that you would bring a spirit of unity, that you would bring a spirit of wisdom, of togetherness among this council and in this community, Lord. And we just confess that our best efforts often fall short, which is why we look to you. So would you superintend this meeting? Would you guide and allow for smooth conversation and alignment and understanding to win the day? We love you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Mr. Jaden Smith of the San Clemente Times, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Please be seated.
Mayor, if I may, a point of order.
Yes,
I think that the door needs to be shut because of the polling outside.
I agree.
Thank you.
Pastor Seth.
Can we keep an employee stationed there? Okay, City Clerk.
Okay, first item on the agenda, could we have a motion to waive reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances?
So moved. Second.
So we're going to do things a little differently tonight. We're not going to go over the city clerk. I'm going to call the roll call vote from here. Councilmember Ward.
Aye.
Councilmember Knobloch.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Aye.
Mayor James. Aye.
Okay. Are there any items to be agendized that require immediate action?
No.
Hearing none. The next item is oral communications, and I do have some speaker cards.
So do we have a number of speaker cards?
Let me count them up here. 3. I have 7.
Okay, so if we could line them up three at a time along the wall next to the door, please.
Okay.
So if you call the 3 out.
Okay, so first will be Amanda Kitnia, second by no name provided regarding resolutions 78, followed by Robert Carson.
Please.
Okay, hello, council members. I have a presentation, Joanne. Can you bring that up, please? Next. So why is there no controversy with Roy Gonzalez's artwork? Next slide, please. The Sistine Chapel was painted
So,
by Michelangelo between.
Excuse me, this, are we going to, this is going to be on the Ocean Fest, so you'd have to pull this agenda item. I think it's agenda item 4.0. This is just general comments.
It is general comments under, this is regarding art.
Okay,
not what's
please,
on
go
the
ahead.
agenda items. Can you
City
start
Attorney, are
my
you okay with that?
time?
I just don't
Yeah.
want to get us in trouble.
Yeah, if it's about if it becomes about a particular agenda item, then we'll have to ask the speaker to wait till that's. called.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. The
Start the
Sistine,
speaker's time over, please.
thank you. The Sistine Chapel was painted by Michelangelo between 1508 and 1512, commissioned by Pope Julius II. His artwork has been considered a cornerstone work of high Renaissance art. Next slide, please. The creation of Adam, a seminal piece of Sistine Chapel depicting God's creation of Adam. This piece of Michelangelo has been invoked in a myriad of ways, such as in the work of other artists, films, memes, and even a film. Next slide, please. The Pieta, one of the most well-known works of Michelangelo. This image depicts Mary holding Jesus after the crucifixion. This imagery has been in use in German iconography for over 100 years. Prior to this piece, its use in Italian art was not common at the time, and after some critics misattributed the work, Michelangelo angrily chiseled. Michelangelo created this across Mary's sash, an act he later lamented. And next slide, please. For some reason or another, this is not the right one. Next slide. So the Pieta, one of the most well-known works of Michelangelo, the image depicts holding Jesus after the crucifixion. This imagery has been in use in German iconography for over 100 years. Prior to this piece, I have to stop here because there was a problem with this slide. But either way, the Pieta was used in the Vietnam's Veterans Women's Memorial. It's been used in for other artists in TV and in comics. And trident is in the artwork. A trident is a weapon commonly seen in depictions of Poseidon and Neptune. This weapon was also used both in warfare and fishing. The same community as the Village by the Sea has trident as its mascot, and Roy, as alumni, used this imagery as a trident. So various artists like Bernini used it in his fountains throughout Rome and in Spain. Next slide, please. Next slide. I'm so sorry. I sent the wrong presentation in. Either way, the Papal Master of Ceremonies, Biagio da Cesena, stated that the depiction of the judgment was inappropriate, stating it was mostly disgraceful that in so sacred a place there should have been depicted all those nude figures exposing themselves so shamefully. Michelangelo portrayed him as Minos, the judge of the underworld with donkey ears. Yet when Cesena complained to the Pope stated that his authority did not extend to hell. Religious imagery and artwork, religious symbolism and iconography, respectively, the basic of often complex artistic forms and gestures used in kind to convey religious concepts. It has nothing to do with the artwork. It doesn't mean the artwork is attacking and making
Thank
fun
you.
of the religion.
Thank you very much.
So good evening, council. As tonight people cast their votes in the primary election, I'd like to speak about our Mayor Pro Tem, Chris Duncan. He's deceptive, dishonest, and disingenuous. To start with, some people might not know he had a failed assembly run in 2020. He lost that run in the primaries. He ran for San Clemente City Council on a 4-year term as opposed to the open 2-year term. Now he hopes to win the Assembly 22 race and will vacate his seat if he wins. On his compadre, Gene James, in 2020, Chris Duncan stated about the allegations of stolen valor that he demanded Gene allocute to the allegations, and if he couldn't or would not, he would resign. But when pictures emerged of Gene wearing the medal that he did not earn, Chris Duncan has remained silent on the issue. On his compadre, Gene James, once more. In the summer of 2021, then Mayor Pro Tem was involved in a traffic altercation with an Orange County Sheriff's deputy, where he swore at the deputy and accused the Orange County Sheriff's Deputy Department of being in a conspiracy against him. Chris Duncan said when the issue came up to perhaps remove Gene James of his Mayor Pro Tem title, that the issue made him sad and he thought it was of a personal nature. On COVID, While calling for compliance on restrictive COVID-related mandates, Chris Duncan and his wife threw lavish parties. In May of 2020, Duncan applied for and received an almost $7,000 PPE loan, claiming that it would be used for rent, utilities, and health insurance. That month, he and his wife closed on $1 million plus home. 700 forms indicated that he and his wife both claimed to earn over $100,000 each at that time. This loan is listed as forgiven. On the environment, Chris Duncan claimed that numerous Democrat meetings, I persuaded the city council, including 2 climate change deniers, to unanimously vote for and approve community choice energy. We are going to now join the Clean Choice Energy Alliance in North San Diego County. The fact is that this council has not approved community choice energy. On the homeless, Chris Duncan wants the city and other agencies to acquire property, hotels on the south end of St. Clemente, and convert them into permanent supportive housing, basically giving all of us in the south end the burden. On the doxing of citizens, he feigned ignorance on the law 2255 that protects the privacy rights of citizens. He went on a tirade against citizens in the matter, and he was deceptive in his explanation of the DA's comments.
Thank you very much.
Robert Carson to be followed by Bonnie Barnes, Patricia Holloway, and Judy Jones.
Hi, I live in Rancho San Clemente, and more than 4 or 5 months ago now, maybe even longer, they cut 210 or 250 trees down. And every time I try to call somebody to see when they're going to be replanted, I don't get an answer. So I'm curious, what's the reason I'm here, to find out when we're going to have the trees replaced that were removed. Calle del Cerro and Vista, Montana, Rancho San Clemente.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, that's a huge issue for a major part of town. I wonder if we could have just a second for the city manager to respond, to perhaps during council comments, but
Yeah, I was going to ask the gentleman for his phone number as well, but city manager, what's going on here?
I had an opportunity to connect with the gentleman, and I've given him my business card. We're going to connect with him in the morning and give him an update. I'm not prepared to give you an update. I don't know the status as of right now.
Once you do that investigation, will you let the entire council know?
Absolutely. I will communicate that we did award a new contract for the tree planting. I suspect it's just waiting for the inventory in order to do so, but I'll follow up with the gentleman and then also the council.
Very good, very good. Thank you, sir, for bringing this to our attention.
Okay, I have slides, PowerPoint. I can't see them, but I think that's it. Okay, I'm Bonnie Barnes, RCCA Board President and resident of Rancho San Clemente for 35 years. Slide 1 is Chapter 17 of the City Zoning Code, codifies the authority of Rancho San Clemente's specific plan as follows. The adopted specific plan shall operate as the zoning regulations for the subject property. And the word shall in the provision means that the standards in the specific plan are mandatory. These standards are tailored to the unique characteristics of our community, and they have legal authority over general code standards and other items used for reference. Slide 2, please. In 2012, the Dudek tree study found that the city should replace numerous street trees along Calle del Cerro and Vista, Montana in Rancho San Clemente. And the city proceeded with the project this year. Thank you.
Thank you.
In section 206 of the specific plan, Del Cerro and Vista, Montana are defined as local collector streets, public streets. And the street trees lining them are identified in section 304F, where it says street trees are within 15 feet of the sidewalk. And if there's a curb and no sidewalk, then it's 15 feet from the curb. The maintenance responsibility for these street trees are assigned to the city in Chapter 4, Table 4-1. Slide 3, please. This map shows where 21 diseased street trees remain. All are well within 15 feet of the sidewalk on the south side of Del Cerro. The city has maintained these trees for the last 35 years. Last week, branches fell from one of these trees, which could have injured someone on the sidewalk or caused a traffic accident, increasing city liabilities. Slide 4, please. Shows 6 of the 12 trees, street trees along Del Cerro by Montego. Tree number 4 is the one that fell a large section of last week. Slide 5. This shows the 4 diseased street trees along Del Cerro by Brisa del Mar. You can see they're right there as close as you can get to the sidewalk. Slide 6, please. Shows the 5 diseased street trees along Del Cerro by Rancho Cristianitos. And slide 7. And this shows the Sawyer beetle parasite that bores through the bark to lay larvae, which eats up all the inside, makes it like sawdust, weakens the tree, and kills it. And it makes the trees brittle, the branches fall off. And so for safety and compliance with RSC's specific plan, not GIS pictures, RSCCA respectfully requests that the city complete the project by removing and replacing the 21 diseased street trees on Del Cerro as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to break protocol just for a moment, city manager, because I don't want to forget. We later on tonight when we go to agendize, can we agendize this for our June 19th meeting? June.
I would prefer that I provide an update under city manager comments to address the planting and so forth. The documentation that Vonnie has brought up has been a kind of an ongoing discussion. Those are not the city's responsibility, but we can definitely meet with Vonnie to go over that again.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
I have some slides, Joanne, or Laura.
And are you speaking on behalf of the group?
Yes, yes, Patricia Holloway, 35 years in San Clemente, and behind me are members and friends of Citizens Climate Education. This past Earth Day, members of the local chapter of Citizens Climate Education coordinated with the city for a tree planting at Vista Hermosa Sports Park. With guidance from staff arborist Steve Fritsch, Citizens Climate Education volunteers helped plant 14 trees. Here we've got a group shot of the group here, tree planting. Next slide, please. CCE volunteers were joined by members of the San Clemente Garden Club and San Clemente Green. Next, please. Here we planted 6 California native oak trees between the Aquatic Center and Courtney's Sandcastle. Next. I want to say thanks again to City Arborist Steve Fritsch, who helped us every step of the way, including pre-digging the holes. Citizen Climate Education was able to provide all 14 trees free of charge to the city due to our longstanding relationship with the nonprofit nursery supported by the Irvine Ranch Water District. Next. Our group has high hopes of planting trees with the city every year. Preserving existing mature trees and planting new trees are some of the simplest, most cost-effective ways to reduce rising urban temperatures, absorb harmful air pollutants, capture and store rainwater underground, capture stormwater before it flows into and pollutes our ocean, and to beautify our town. Especially during times of drought and high heat, it is critical to protect and expand our city's tree canopy. For these reasons and more, we urge San Clemente to become a Tree City USA and join the Orange County cities of Anaheim, Irvine, Laguna Beach, Mission Viejo, Newport Beach, and others. Fortunately, San Clemente is already doing many activities that would qualify us to become a Tree City USA. One key aspect is that Tree City emphasizes education. For example, educating the community on the importance of planting shade trees and ensuring trees receive adequate water, even during a drought. Another important aspect is a plan for tree replacement when trees are lost due to disease or development or new planting. so that our community is growing and not losing our tree canopy over time. I was thrilled to learn that our Public Works Director, Mr. Koger, has had experience implementing Tree City USA programs. Citizens Climate Education would like to meet with Mr. Koger to discuss how we can help the city achieve this designation and reap the many benefits of strategically expanding our urban forest. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Judy Jones, followed by Jill, no last name provided, John Boland.
Hand them off to them. Yes. Yes, I'm Judy Jones. I'm Judy Jones, a 26-year resident of San Clemente, and as we're all standing here, not behind me, but behind Patricia, but we're all members of the Citizens Climate Education Group. And I'm so thrilled that so many people are here speaking about trees. So I have created a letter in case I couldn't stay because I have another engagement. So you can read this letter and also check out the page that has a graphic. I think that's very interesting because it talks about the canopy, the tree canopies. And I think that it also shows that San Juan Capistrano and Dana Point have a better tree canopy than we do by quite a bit. So I think that it's great that we have so many people here interested in working on our canopy. So just to briefly give you, some reasons for the trees, the cooling and insulation, the home energy costs, they block the winds and the cold, and they reduce home energy heating and cooling by 7.2% nationally. So I think it's possible for our country to get even higher than that. They're the backdrop to the hustle and bustle of our lives. They really provide shade for the park and the kids to play in the park. They provide shades for the golfers to take a break on the golf course. They absorb 15% of the national carbon capture in America's tree and forests. They contribute to the quality of our health, and they increase our property values. All of those above things do increase our property values. So I hope that you will consider the proposal to make us a tree city. And most of the information that I have presented here in this letter is really from American Forests, the oldest, established 1875, national nonprofit conservation organization. And I think that this is definitely a nonpartisan issue. And also you can really play on this with this graphic on the treeequityscore.org website, which is noted on this handout too for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jill, followed by John Boland, followed by Ross Hamer.
Good evening. My name is Jill Alvarado. I live in the Pier Bowl. I live above the Roberson House, and I purchased my property in 2012, and I was very appreciative of the city. As difficult as it was for me to go through the process of protecting the historic nature of my house was very difficult, and I was constrained by certain items, and I appreciate that the historic vision of this city is kept intact. At the same time, I also asked about the house, the Roberson house across the street, and what possibly could be done with that property. And I was assured that my rules were the same as those rules, because I could have had to purchase that house, but I was already in escrow with my house. So I know that the rules were the same. And so in the meantime, there are proposals that have gone through about that property, and I've come here before, and they were pretty aggressive. And it was indicated to me, no, things cannot be beyond what the historic, parameters are. And so I was reassured of that again. And now there's another proposal. It's very aggressive again. And I went into the city about it, and I was told that indeed maybe that the city, the Coastal Commission wants more than that. And that it's aggressive as far as adding bungalows, 2-story bungalows, swimming pool, restaurant, hotel kind of vision, underground parking. And so it's much more aggressive than the triplex that it was supposed to be in preserving the gardens and that kind of thing. And it was also indicated that there indeed might be a variance. And I do know that there have been many proposals gone through the city right now. And they said, this is the closest that we'll accept so far. And it was the bungalows, the several bungalows. It was the pool, it was the underground parking for the hotel. But now we have that. And I know this is putting the cart before the horse because it's just a proposal, but it's constant and the neighborhood is getting very concerned. And are we changing our ideas on what we want to do with these properties now? So I just think we need to be kept informed, and I hope that we can be kept in the loop as a neighborhood as to what can and cannot be done over there. And so my concern is our residential area would be impacted by a hotel. Once again, that's what's in the proposal right now in the city. It's in there now. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager, I'm going to raise a point of order. I just counted, we have like 36 people don't have chairs. Do we have enough chairs to bring in?
We can bring some more chairs in if you'd like.
Please. Okay, thank you. We'll be in our new council chambers in a few months, and that has seating for more than 100. So I apologize if you're all standing this evening. City Clerk.
Yes, John Boland, followed by Ross Amer, followed by Julian Chain.
Hi, Council. My name is John Boland, and I live at 405 Pasadena Court, also in the Pier Bowl area. I am concerned about the property at 402 Pasadena Court. The city was made aware that there was some illegal planting, and here I'm going to be on the other side of the tree situation. 150 approximately Indian laurel ficus trees were planted. No planting plan, no planting permit. He was advised that he was required to have a permit for this. I've contacted code enforcement. I've contacted planning. They say they're working with him. These trees have already blocked a very important view to the community of San Clemente. It's a historic view looking over the pier. The view is gone right now. The trees are over 6 feet tall. Nobody's returning my emails. Nobody's returning my calls. With Brett from code enforcement, with David from planning, I would just love to get some kind of update. This again is the same property that Jill discussed that's proposing the hotel. They're proposing to remove the historic fountain. They're proposing to remove the historic wall. I propose that they remove the trees that they illegally planted, 150 trees that could ultimately be 60 foot by 60 foot each if they were allowed to be that size. Of course, they won't be as a large hedge blocking the public's view. It's a critical area for the city of San Clemente. It should be addressed. It should be taken seriously. This is a wonderful location. 100 people a day minimum show up there in their golf carts, on their bicycles, with a glass of wine, relaxing, watching the sunrise, watching the sunset. It really should be protected. I beg all of you to go there, 402 Pasadena Court, look at it, look what he's done. This should not be allowed, and I hope people get a little bit more aggressive and stop this man. He knows he was violating. He was told stop work for many projects there. He did not stop work, and he worked Saturdays, Sundays, no outhouses, pissing in the front yard. They did whatever they wanted. Nobody's stopping them. There's no code enforcement on the weekends. It's shameful that it was allowed, and they should not be working with him. They should make him remove the violation before they work with him. That's what's done in other cities. Instead, what I'm told is we're working with him. Yeah, no, work with him, remove the violation, and then we'll work with you. Get a planting plan like everybody else is required to have. Get it approved, Pure Bowl plan. There's many requirements.
Thank you,
that are
sir.
needed.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have time for one more speaker within the 30-minute time allocation. And that's Ross Amer.
Good evening. Ross Amer, a 30-year resident of San Clemente. My friend Vonnie Barnes adequately explained what we're talking about, these removal of the diseased trees. And I just want to make sure that we know if you not listen to her and remove those and you're resurfacing the street, at some point, you're going to have to go back and then tear them down because they already are actually cracking the street surface by the roots. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. How many more cards? How many cards do we have?
For oral communications, there were 3 more cards.
Council? 9 minutes.
Fine with me.
Fine with me.
Yeah, and can I just ask a quick question of the city clerk? The people that have talked, did they left their phone number on every
Yeah.
card?
Some do, some don't. It's
So anyone
optional.
that was here on Pasadena Court, if they're still in the room, they have not left their phone number, they should do so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next speakers will be Julianne Chain, Ross Amer, I believe he just spoke. That's a duplicate. And Pedia Tevatova. Sorry, I can't read that.
Okay, let's get going.
Hi there. My name is Julianne Shanae. That's okay. It's got an accent on the E, so people don't get it right. Thank you. Mayor, council members, thank you for your time. What kind of city are we? What kind of city do we aspire to be? Are we the kind of city that allows any group to be defamed, ridiculed, and/or hated? Are we the kind of city where it's okay to defame or grossly offend someone's beliefs or religion? Because that's what's at the root of this controversy. Is it okay to have an artist whose signature self-portrait mockingly and sacrilegiously depicts himself being crucified on a cross like Jesus Christ, with blood dripping down, a spear in his side, smoking with a bottle, what looks like beer in his hand, and giving people literally the FU finger? Look at the picture. I can't even say it in public. It's so bad. I have to use initials. Really? Is this what San Clemente and the Oceans Festival is all about? Is this okay? Mocking and defaming any religion should never be approved of or sanctioned by a government agency or a nonprofit event like the Oceans Festival that is partnering with the city of San Clemente and receiving tax dollars to the tune of about 50,000 plus or more a year. If this artist had defamed, radically offended Muslims, Hindus, Blacks, the LGBTQ community, or any other religion or ethnic group, this artist would have been fired immediately. You know that, I know that. So why is this any different? Why is it okay to ridicule Christians or Christianity? It is the same. When tax dollars are given, it is a tacit endorsement of approval. Is mocking Christianity or any religion or group what the city council wants to support and endorse? Really? I love the Oceans Festival. I've been going for years, so I'm somebody that wants to keep the Oceans Festival. And while this horrific crucifixion of Jesus' painting with him on it is not what is on the t-shirts per se, important point here, this artist stands to make a profit for many years, given the notoriety that he will receive as the Oceans Festival artist. The last one was in for 20 years. Does the Ocean Festival and the city of San Clemente want to promote this type of offensive art, hatred toward Christians?
Thank you.
Is that really what
Thank
we're
you.
all about? Let's unify the city.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I live in San Clemente at the North Beach for 20 years, and I own Safe Harbor Financial in San Clemente. What I have seen in the last 15 years is people leaving San Clemente. I have already 13 state licenses, and they're leaving because of the taxes. They can no longer afford the beaches. They can no longer afford the beautiful nature. We are losing the great talent and a lot of taxes. And I recently enrolled in London Real, and I finished their academy, and I'm continuing with their decentralized financing studies. So I'm coming to introduce to you and to ask you to look into city coins, which are now introduced in a city of Miami and in a city of New York. And actually the mayors of these cities are getting their salaries in Bitcoins and Ethereum. And what this project is, it's a smart contract. And as the miners are mining Bitcoins, 30% of their Bitcoins are going to a city wallet to be used in city project with full transparency, with absolute traceability, with opportunity for the citizens to decide what is important for the city. And this is also allow a lot of talents from Northern California and from Silicon Valley to come and work in our city, because we are no longer attached to one place. We need people who wanted to come to enjoy our city and create and work. We are sick and tired of non-productive decision and situation. I want to see a vibrant city. So I would love the opportunity to come back, if this is okay, with more information, if you want to create a project. But let's bring good people and taxes and transparency. Let's bring the future to San Clemente. Let's attract the best talents in the world to work in our city, to live in our city, to pay taxes in our city. I really appreciate your attention and your opportunity. And if you would like me to come back, I put all my information. This is just my voice, and I'm coming to you. I have never been in front of you. I just want our city to team up with New York, with the Miami, and to understand what these projects and opportunities are really about. We are all about transparency and citizen participating in our government, not going from above, from the bottom, because politics is always local.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
How many more?
City Clerk, we have one more?
No, that's all.
That's it?
The one was a duplicate. You already spoke.
One was a
Okay,
duplicate.
then let's
Okay,
move on.
so before we recess into closed session, I'm going to query City Council. One of the closed session items we have.
I thought we were recessing at 6.
We have consent calendar first.
We're
Oh, we're
recessing
going to do
at,
That's why we
consent.
need
we're
to-
recessing at 6 until.
Sorry, I was
Closed session.
reading ahead. Sorry.
It's okay. Yeah.
Well, I'll still bring it up. Sure. As we go into closed session, I would suggest that one of the items, the renewal of the lease of the city-owned building, that we do this in open session, because it truly isn't a normal lease renewal or normal real estate negotiation. It's a, whether we're going to accept something significantly below market rate. What's the appetite for council to do that in open session?
What was the number on that? That's not on a consent calendar?
No, it's going to be on closed set when we go to closed session.
Yeah, I think public, to discuss in public's fine with me.
Fine with you?
Don't Don't we need to have that actually agendized to give public notice before we
I
can move
checked
it?
with the city attorney earlier today. He was okay with it.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, it's a good question. The public already has a chance to comment on it preceding the closed session. So you can have that session openly. They'd have the same opportunity in open session.
Okay, so we will put this.
Where
in-
would it be added?
It would,
New business?
the city attorney, most appropriate place is new business.
I think so. I think that makes sense.
Very good, thank you. And now we'll,
And which closed session item is this?
The first closed session.
First
First one? Okay.
Also, Mayor James, there's one point I would like to make during council member comments before we break. So if we are running long before the break, can I have the council's indulgence to make that one council comment? Okay,
that's fine.
perfect.
City clerk.
Okay, all items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion unless council staff or the public requests removal of an item for separate discussion and action, and the public has requested the removal of items L and O.
Council members,
I just have one quick one for A1.
or A1.
Yep.
Okay.
I'll move
Councilmember
the
Noble,
balance.
Mayor Pro Tem. May I have a motion?
I made a motion to move the balance.
May I have a
Second.
So motion by Ward, second by Duncan. Your vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, 4-0.
So first item is item A, that's the minutes from the council meeting of May 25th.
Right, and council, I'll make this quick, and staff, it's page 3 of 4A, number 1. If staff will look at this, these are minutes where we made a motion to discuss a third quarter update for our long-term financial plan. I made the motion, page 3.
The substitute motion.
Yes, where I made the substitute motion, where I disagree with what it said, and I know why it says this. It says 1, 2, 3, 4. It kind of mimics what is up above. It says excess property tax revenue. I didn't say it that way, and I didn't think the council did. We said to bring these up to us what our balances are at the third quarter. And I would point out that, and ask the city manager to correct me, but at the third quarter, we would not say this is excess. The year is not over with yet. We would never say excess. This is excess revenue. I know it was made in the first motion, they said excess, and I think that's why staff has put it as excess here. But when I made the motion, I was not doing it to say this is excess property tax revenue and 2/3 excess revenue of parking meters. As far as I know, we don't say anything is excess until we close the year out and we have a
It's saying
balance.
actual or projected though. It does say so.
Well, but it says number 1 and 2 excess.
What's your
excess, 2/3
recommendation to
excess.
change? You want to change the language?
Just get rid of the word excess or update. I think what the council in my motion was to update us where we were at, what the property tax revenues were the third quarter, our balances and where the revenue for parking meters was at. We asked for that.
Is that your motion?
That's my motion. to just take that
Second
out.
the motion.
Thank you.
So I'll call for the vote.
Aye.
Aye.
I think it's fair. It already says projected, so no.
Aye. So motion by Ward, second by Noblock, 3-1 with Mayor Pro Tem voting.
Okay, next item is item L. That's seat cushions in the 100 block of Barcelona.
We have a speaker.
Yes, Craig Twist.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, thank you for hearing me. I'm in favor of the street cushions on the 100 block of Barcelona, along with 90% of my neighbors. I've been a resident there for the last 35 years, and I've watched the traffic increase over the years. And the speed of the cars going down the street have just gotten completely out of hand. We've had parked cars get hit. I've been run off the road trying to get into my driveway. A lot of the driveways are narrow on that street. Other neighbors have complained about the same thing. There's a lot of family on that street, you know, and we're afraid that, you know, the worst thing's going to happen. We're going to have a disaster, and it is a disaster waiting to happen. And the traffic going down Barcelona was made worse when the delineators were placed up on El Camino Real versus a turn lane going on to Esplanade. All the traffic was diverted down Barcelona, which created it, you know, to be worse. So we're asking you guys to approve the speed cushions to at least slow people down and, you know, give us half a chance, you know, to get into our driveway safely, to have children play on our street safely, and, you know, to have a nice neighborhood. It is a nice place to live. You know, like I said, I've been there 35 years, along with a lot of my other neighbors have been there for decades and decades, and it's a very nice place to live. And, you know, we just don't deserve all the traffic we're getting. It needs to be slowed down for safety's sake. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, sir. Do we have other speakers on this matter?
No.
So I'm going to have some questions for Public Works Director Koger, but first any? Mayor Pro Tem?
I think the staff recommendation is good.
I'm good with the staff recommendation as well. Mr. Koger, I hear this a lot about the traffic delineators. Oh, you're here to talk.
Looks like Mr. Ponson's.
Yeah. So I hear a lot about the traffic delineators on El Camino Real have created or worsened this problem. And additionally, at some point in time last year, we talked about there was going to be a Caltrans study on that zone in there. Is there a Caltrans study, and can you speak to the delineators making matters worse?
So Zach Ponson, your acting deputy public works director. Yes, there is a local road safety program study being done right now. It is not complete at this time. And so part of their petition that they gave us was to look at both these items, the speed bumps and the delineators. So that study is not done. That is help funded through Caltrans. Staff's recommending we delay that further analysis of the Esplanade delineators. Once that study's done, and once the speed bumps are in for a little bit of time, we can see the true impacts of both at the same time.
So how long are you planning on delaying the study or delaying the implementation on Esplanade?
So the implementation of the delineators or the speed bumps?
Speed bumps, sorry.
The speed bumps we actually have out to bid right now. So assuming the budget gets approved tonight, we're already preset to try to get this work done by late fall. So we want to get it in the most current upcoming asphalt project. That's why we want to separate these two items so that the speed humps can not get delayed any further.
Got it. Okay, that's where I got confused. I confused myself. Yeah, you answered my question. Anyone else? Can I have a motion?
I'll move that we approve the staff recommendation for the traffic calming and speed bumps for Barcelona for per capital improvement project number 39087.
Second.
So motion by Noblock, second by Duncan.
Aye.
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 Aye. 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next item is O. That's the first extension partnership agreement for the Ocean Festival, and I do have some speaker cards.
How many do we have, Joanne?
6.
Okay. I was gonna say if there was more than that, we could maybe limit if they were saying the same thing, but if there's 6. then-
It is good to give that instruction. If someone is
Yeah.
going to say the same thing, they don't need to come up. We can see all
We
of
may
them.
get more.
Yeah. So how many speakers do we have?
6.
6? Okay. So let's line the first 3 up.
Rick Delante, followed by Amanda Q, followed by Rebecca Jaffe.
Thank you very much for inviting the public to speak on this matter of partnering with the Ocean Festival. My name is Rick Delante. I've lived in San Clemente since 1974. I've taught at San Clemente High School for 32 years until 2006. Designed the city flag there, the Ocean Festival logo, and also the logo for San Clemente High School. I have some kind of idea as to what it takes to design a piece of public art. I also worked with the tile mural that's at the base of the pier, where we involved a lot of the community. The Ocean Festival involves a lot more of the community than that, far more, and attracts thousands of people from across the world. I've competed in the Ocean Festival since its first year, and the Ocean Festival has always provided a quality, family, safe event, not only for our residents, but for everyone that comes to the Ocean Festival from across the globe. Makes this a wonderful city. Pastor Seth at the beginning of this meeting prayed for wisdom and unity. And certainly we need that now, considering that one of the things that might be a concern in continuing the city's partnership with the Ocean Festival would be a t-shirt design. I'm wearing the t-shirt. There's nothing on the t-shirt. Anybody is welcome to come look at it more closely when I'm finished. You can look at it online. Roy Gonzalez is the artist. Roy was in my class years ago, and I have to say about Roy that he was very creative then, and he's also creative now. Roy is not trying to make any statement that is anti-Christian. I'm a Christian myself. And I believe that I have a lot of work to do in my own faith and in my own life, and there are shortcomings that I have. And probably could say that about anyone. I would say that Roy himself tries to do the best he can and create the best quality art he can. And I believe that he has done that in elevating the community spirit with this design that he has made for the t-shirt that I'm wearing. In conclusion, I would say that a t-shirt design should not be of concern to the city in deciding whether you would renew your partnership with the Ocean Festival. And I would only wish that the partnership period of time for renewal was up for 10 years instead of 5. The Ocean Festival has proven itself to be a quality event over decades. And I just urge you to recommend to each other and to approve the Ocean Festival and your partnership with it as long as you can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker, please. If they're going to clap through the whole thing, we're never going to get through this.
As a San Clemente resident for over 50 years, I support Roy Gonzalez and his artwork. I've known the family for 44 years. They are a fantastic family. And I need to emphasize that there is a clear separation of church and state. And I hope that the city attorney will opine on that, because I just don't understand how religion is becoming involved in a government issue, in a city matter. Therefore, and the problem is that it's only one piece of artwork that has nothing to do with the t-shirt that is on this Ocean Festival t-shirt. Has nothing at all. In addition, why did the mayor intervene in this problem, in this controversy that one person is saying? It's bringing up. I have no idea. More importantly, this resident is placing her interpretation on a piece of work on the artist and basically putting her religious views on us. I don't need to know about that. That's none of my business. I want to buy this t-shirt. I support the artist, but there is a clear separation of church and state, and that needs to be emphasized. When reviewing the partnership agreement, there is nothing in the agreement that gives the power to the city to dictate which artist to use or what art to be used. So I'm very concerned that the residents are, I'm sorry, I'm repeating myself, that I'm concerned that a resident is imposing her religious views on an issue that's not a city matter. So I think we really, I agree with the previous with Mr. Delaney saying that I think we do need to increase the contract not to, to 10 years. I think that's the thing. I think we need to support that. I know that there was a problem years ago with the TCA, and I really don't want any funding to stop because of this controversy about this art. And there's in that other matter that has something to do with a lawsuit regarding the TCA, but in this matter, there's a clear separation of church and state, and we should not hold that artwork at all. This is not an issue. This is not a city matter at all. So thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. And I support, Roy Gonzalez with all my heart. Thank you.
Thank you. So, I'm going to ask that you withhold your applause. We want to get out of here. No? Go ahead.
Mayor James, might I suggest if there are other comments that are along the same line, that you pick a spokesperson perhaps to summarize those groups of comments and leave room for someone with potentially a different opinion, just in efficiency. I think we understand the point from the comments that are made.
Please, ma'am, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Jaffe, and I have been living in San Clemente and owned my home for over 20 years now. And this is an email that I wrote to Peggy Vance, who is on the committee of the Ocean Festival. This was the second email that I wrote to her, in which she did not respond to this one. However, she did respond to my first one. I wrote to her, "Thank you for your response to my concerns of using this image to be on t-shirts for the Ocean Festival 2022. Although you are not using this particular image on the t-shirts, you are, however, promoting this artist. His artwork is offensive to myself and other Christians who recognize Jesus Christ on the cross to be the most incredible act of selfless love ever demonstrated. Jesus defended the weak and he stood up for the forgotten. He suffered a death so horrific so that we wouldn't have to. By promoting an artist who clearly shows his disrespect to God is to welcome Satan into our lives. Please choose a different artist." When we love someone, a natural response to loving someone, I will say again, when we love someone, a natural response to anyone who is dishonoring them would be to defend them. Although God certainly doesn't need me to defend him, I stand with many Christians and I ask you if you would consider promoting an artist that through their artwork show love and respect to all people, not an artist that clearly through his artwork represents ugliness and disrespect to Christians and many people who do not want to welcome Satan in their lives, but rather want to promote love, compassion, and unity in our nation and in this world. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next speakers are Colonel Mike Shanae, followed by Katie Aarons, followed by Grace Blair, and followed by Sandra Weaver.
Thank you for the time this evening. I'm Colonel Mike Shanae, retired United States Marine Corps, and I have a newfound respect for all of you. No matter my thoughts on your individual politics or decisions about the city, as I've seen how ugly some citizens can be towards you personally these past few weeks. It's tough duty for sure, and my hat's off to each one of you. I sincerely am. The internet trolls are out there. They're after you. And I'm sure most of them that were on the internet didn't have the intestinal fortitude to show up here today. So I actually appreciate the people that showed up to talk about this today too. I've supported the Ocean Festival for 40 years that I've lived here. I've maintained my residency through 7 deployments overseas, and I've never had any issue with anything in San Clemente, frankly, and particularly the Ocean Festival until now. Just out of curiosity, is Mr. Beasley here tonight? Mr. Beasley, thank you.
Colonel
Good.
Shanae, you have to speak to the dais.
Thank you very much. whether or not, and thank you for being here, Mr. Beasley, but the point of my statements are really directed towards his position and role with the Ocean Festival. Mr. Beasley has caused this commotion himself. He has no one else to blame but himself and his false reasons for the assembly that if you don't want the Ocean Festival to be canceled by the mayor and one woman, then come to the council meeting. Pretty dramatic, sir. First of all, no one has asked the Ocean Festival to be canceled. Nobody. Mr. Beasley has decided himself to threaten to take his bat and ball and just run away. The city, San Clemente, has no authority to cancel, and his display here shows very poor understanding and leadership, in my opinion. Very poor. Before his diatribe on social media, Mr. Beasley never took the opportunity, not once, to answer a personal email or a phone call that I'm aware of regarding the disappointment in some in the selection of an artist this year. At least he never took that opportunity or time to bother to answer mine, my priests, and several other folks, more than just one, I assure you. Mr. Beasley could have quickly and easily quelled this displeasure with a simple act of reflection and thinking, hey, I might have made a mistake. And I was unaware that the artist chosen had produced offensive anti-Christian work in the past, and that it was unfortunately too late now. The artist has been paid already and t-shirts printed, but we'll do a better job next year. And I assure you, we'll do a more appropriate job in vetting in the next time. A mea culpa like that probably would have just ended the situation entirely. Absolutely ended it entirely. Mr. Beasley chose to remain aloof and then attack individuals on this council and a wonderful Christian lady who happens to be my wife as the cause of such disruption. Through his social media, avoiding any individual response to concerns is just poor leadership for a
Thank you,
man in
sir.
any position.
Thank you.
Sir,
Thank you.
Katie Aaron, followed by Grace Blair.
They're coming to confrontation.
Deputy.
Make sure that they.
We might have to have some people leave. It's getting in an unlawful assembly. Yeah, let's
We're
take a
good.
break.
We're going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you.
I need a ballot. I vote aye.
Why would we take a break?
I need a break.
She needs a break.
I need a break.
Okay. All right, aye.
Aye. We broke. Motion by Ward, second by James. 3-1, no block, no.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm going to make a statement before we continue.
Please, everyone, stop talking.
I'm going to make a statement before we proceed. I think one of the key things here is for us to respect each other, respect what everyone has to say, whether you like it or you don't like it. I understand this is emotional for a lot of people, but as Mr. Delante quoted earlier, the pastor that was here quoted the book of James and talked about wisdom. I think it'd be wise for us. I shouldn't say it that way. I think it'd be appropriate for us to exercise the wisdom that was preached to us tonight from the book of James. And no name calling, no cat calls. And if we can't do that, we will empty these chambers. So I just ask for respect, and let's get through this tonight and move on. Ocean Fest is absolutely a staple of this city, and it's not in jeopardy tonight. We can talk about the selection of the artists. We can talk about what is appropriate and what's inappropriate, but let's do so in a respectful manner. Ms. Ahrens.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah. So, hello, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council members, and all of the community support here tonight. My name is Katie Ahrens. I'm born and raised in San Clemente. My father is on the Wall of Recognition. He started his business here in 1951. I'm thinking of my dad a lot because it was the 24th anniversary of his death yesterday. I'm standing here with Roy's family, his mother, and 2 of his 5 sisters. And we're here simply to support Roy and to address the slander against Roy. It was unnecessary and uncalled for. And I cannot believe that this is a discussion that we're talking about here at City Council. On my dad's plaque, he's quoted when he received the Business of the Year, and he said, it's not just about the community, it's about the individuals of the community. And we're here together as a group of individuals. The majority of us have lived here for most of our lives. We have known Roy for most of our lives. Roy was approached by the Ocean Festival Committee shortly after they saw an article on him in the San Clemente Journal, ironically, with the offensive self-portrait image being the highlighted image in that article on Roy. The Ocean Festival got late notice that their 35-year artist, who also happened to be a longtime San Clemente friend of Roy's, and asked him, hey, we need a new artist right away. We're dead. We got to get, I'm not dead on timeline. We've got to get these things made for Memorial Day. Can you do it? Roy is doing a lot of things. I forgot to say this. I'm his manager. I'm his friend and his manager. He's my pandemic project that has now taken over my career because, as we all know, he's got a 40-year treasure chest of iconic, world-renowned images that are at our disposal. He's a writer. He creates content. He does a wide variety of things. The offensive image that was in the article in the San Clemente Journal and is on the cover or on the website is from the cover of his autobiography coming up. And it's his self-portrait. He wrote a letter to the offended parties saying why he drew that. This is not, Roy is not anti-Christian. This Ocean Festival image that he was hired to do, that he put his heart and soul into, put all other work aside so that he could do this. And look at his mother nodding because the family, we were there.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Grace Blair, followed by Sandra Weaver, followed by Tim Von Glasgow, followed by Robert Clark.
Hello, my name is Grace Blair, and I'm here to talk about my concerns about the possible eradication of the artwork for the Ocean Festival. And I can say I'm not very happy with it, because as a person who lived here all of my life of 20 years and went to high school and has been going to the Ocean Festival before I could even remember, it really saddens me to not only hear but a friend, but also beautiful artwork just being taken away, just for the fact of having it be based on religion. And I would just have to say, the trident is a really strong symbol for the Greek god Poseidon, and Poseidon is a god in paganism, which is a religion. And I think it would not be right to do that, and which is the case of brought up prior. And also, I'm so sorry. Thank you for your patience, I just have to say. And also, my school mascot is Poseidon. So it just doesn't really, it would just make me so proud to not only just have my school mascot, but also just having it be such a festival that brings such community together to be taken away. I'm sorry that this was such a waste of time, but I thank you for you listening to me. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council people. My name is Sandra Weaver, and I am a resident of San Clemente and an avid fan of the Ocean Festival. My granddaughter is 18 now, but when she was 5 up to this time, we always went to the pancake breakfast and played the little games. Of course, we always had our t-shirts on. I am confused as to why this meeting is even happening. A while ago, you selected Roy Gonzalez as the new artist for the thing. And it was because of his famous artwork, all the awards that he had won, the friends that supported him. This was a unanimous selection. And then all of a sudden, there's a letter in the San Clemente Times that is just trashing this artist. And what happens? Did you council people run scared? What did you think was going to happen? And nobody would come to the festival, nobody would buy a t-shirt? That's ludicrous. You appointed this person because of his art, and he did a beautiful job on it. Whether he has a path, whatever his spiritual path is, or whatever else, has nothing at all to do with the artwork. You wouldn't prevent someone from taking this position just because they were Jewish or just because they were something else. It was because of their artwork. And I'm asking you, are you seriously going to consider jeopardizing this man's reputation and livelihood because of one misinformed person who doesn't even understand art and has no business interpreting it? Here are the facts. Here are the facts, please. Roy was unanimously selected to this position because of his art. His artwork for the Ocean Festival is not offensive to anyone, including the writer of the letter. Therefore, it's a done deal. What do you have to discuss? Thank you.
Tim Von Glasgow, followed by Robert Clark.
Thank you for the opportunity to express my views on this. I've known the Gonzalez family since 7th grade, and Roy has always been an amazing artist ever since I've known him. He's been a very They're a very loving, caring family. And I think there's just a really giant misunderstanding here of character. A few minutes ago during the break, I went out to the lobby right out here. I prayed for Roy in Jesus' name for justice and healing for his skin cancer. Justice concerning this situation and healing. An atheist or somebody who's anti-Christ does not receive healing in Jesus' name. Roy's artwork is amazing. I'm proud to have it on this shirt that I'm wearing right now. I feel blessed. I'm an active member of the Vineyard Church in Laguna Niguel. I've been a Christian all my life. I was raised in a Christian household. And Roy is, he's heartbroken about this. This is extremely traumatizing for him. And, you know, this is a very joyous thing. What could have been a super joyous thing in his family has turned into a nightmare. And he's got two of his sisters here and his mother, his little mother came up here. And I spoke with these people a few minutes ago, and I just honestly feel that there's been a severe misunderstanding of Roy's intent. In our country, we have freedom by the stars and stripes on that flag, and all the ones who fought for us. You know, we just had Memorial Day. We fought for the right of self-expression and freedom of speech. I have lost ancestors for that. And my friend Roy is a good man. He in no way means any defamation of character towards Jesus or religion of any religion or anyone's belief systems. And I feel that, you know, if it's about the trident on here, then why has it been our mascot on our school all our, you know, everyone's lives here, or at least ever since San Clemente High has been there? It just, I think this whole thing is just overblown and silly, and it needs to be dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. City Clerk, how many more?
This is the last card I have.
Thank you.
Mayor and esteemed city council members, Robert Clark, lifetime member of San Clemente, born and raised here, 4 children, 8 grandchildren. I think this is the best art we've ever seen. I know the whole Harlow family, and Bob did a great job. Roy's done an incredible job. What I'm wondering is, I'm hoping the Ocean Festival sells out on their t-shirts. I think they will, because they do a great job. I've watched them since their conception and always participated with my children and grandchildren. What I'm wondering is has anybody investigated the complainant in her church? Okay, you've done a fine job of slandering Mr. Gonzalez and defamation of character. And so I'm kind of appalled that, you know, you've tried to drag a guy through the mud there. But I wish the best to the city, the Ocean Festival, and I think we've got more pressing matters to deal with in this city. Best of luck.
Thank you. That concludes public comments.
That's all.
So, council, thoughts?
Have a staff report? Do we need a staff report?
We don't need a staff report. You're on.
Well, as one member of this council, I look at this item, and this item is not really about art. It's about the Ocean Festival, the activities, and extending the contract for the Ocean Festival, which is a independent 501c4 organization, for another 5 years. And I think the Ocean Festival, as many of you have said, is a 40-year tradition. It's our premier event celebrating the pride and joy we have on our beach here in San Clemente. And this item really is not about artwork. It's about a simple extension of the agreement to allow this 501c4 to use our beach facilities. The city does contribute around $50,000+ toward the event, but we don't make the decisions for the Ocean Festival. The Ocean Festival does that on their own. The controversy regarding the artwork, I can understand. As a believer myself, it's personally offensive to me to see a depiction, even though it's a self-portrait, a depiction of the savior of the world with his FU finger out, sipping beer with the nails in his hand and his feet, which were only in his feet. So I can understand the concern there. But again, the decision was made by the Ocean Festival. The contract has already been let. The t-shirts have been printed. The t-shirts are being sold. And so in terms of the item before us tonight, I would be prepared when the appropriate time comes to make a motion that we agree to the First Amendment of the Ocean Festival Agreement.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So I share some of that and I differ somewhat in my opinion on it. The artwork that I saw, I did not like that particular artwork. I've seen the artwork that's on the shirt. It's already done. I think what has happened here is this didn't go through a complete process. And I think normally when we have a process and something that the city's involved in, if there was an artist that left, if there was time, it should have gone through a complete process and opened it up to everyone that submitted, that wanted to be considered to be the vendor for that and have the city partner with that. That would have been the ideal way to do it. With that said, I don't think it's too late for in the future to do that. The Ocean Fest, what we had before all those years, we had a very iconic, definite look to the character that went with the Ocean Festival. I'm not sure what this year's is. I don't think anyone said anything about the artist or the city has done anything like that. I guess there's been a lot online. You need to understand that the city council, the work gets done here and we're not necessarily online seeing what's being said. So I have no idea, but I'm seeing a big controversy on it. But I would say that the art that I saw, it's concerning to me. What I was wondering is if there was a process done. Apparently there wasn't. The Ocean Festival needed an artist, saw this in the San Clemente Journal, the actual design that we don't like, or some of us don't like, and went and asked that artist. I understand that person, no one's saying anything bad about the artist. We're not making any statement on that. But what I think is because we didn't do a process, there wasn't a process done and there wasn't time to. I think we need to do that in the future and open it up to everyone, because there might be someone that universally everyone agrees on. Anytime we do public art, and this is public because it is the Ocean Fest, we go through a process and we have multiple artists do it, and then there's a committee that picks them. And then all considerations are taken. And I think that wasn't done here, and I'd like to see it happen. So, excuse me. So with that, I think because I am concerned tonight too, I would say, because not one board member, I think, came up and talked to the city council. I don't even know who the board members are. I haven't seen them come up to the city council, and that normally happens. We've been in the pandemic for 2 years. The Ocean Fest has been off for during that time. I think it's because the 5 years is up. I think it's a good time to check in. I'd like to see a shorter period of time, maybe 1 year with a 1 year renewal, where we can, it is nothing.
Excuse me. One more outburst and we're clearing the room. It's just, you can snicker about that. Don't test me on this.
My opinion and what I am saying is not making any verdict on anything. It is just recognizing that this became an issue and it probably didn't need to be if it had been done differently, and that I would like to see more interaction with the board, with the council, and with staff, and not have any surprises, because I think when we have surprises, we see what's happened and we have resident going after resident, and that is not right. That is not the spirit of the Ocean Festival, and I don't want to see it. So that is what I would like to propose. We do renew it. The shirts are done, but that they do a better process that we can all feel good about, the entire city, this next time, and pick an artist and not have the controversy. But we do a 1 year renewal, and that gives them 2 years, and it's not having less than 5 years. What they're asking for, their option is not giving any statement to them at all. It's just a good check-in time. And I think with the pandemic, I said it before, it's the time to do it. So that's going to be what I'll vote for.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor James. I appreciate Colonel Shanae and Mrs. Shanae, the comments there about the effect of the artwork on them. I see this as something that the board should be doing for Oceans Fest. I think it's tragic that we didn't get to have Oceans Fest for a couple of years, and everyone's excited to have it. I know people have worked really, really hard to make that happen, none the least my friend Peggy Vance over there. And so I really feel that this is something that the council should not generally get into in terms of weighing what the board is doing. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't approve the 5-year extension and continue on with the normal process of things and be happy that we have the Ocean Fest back.
Thank you. Thank you. You know, this situation has actually brought a lot of reflection for me. I actually went to clergy. It's probably the first time I've done this in years. I've probably been estranged from my church for 20 years. And this past week, I went and spoke with the priest and spoke with the appropriateness of this particular piece of art. We have to balance in this nation. We have to balance First Amendment rights. You know, freedom of expression, freedom of speech, and this and Mr. Mr. Gonzalez represents that. I think it could have been handled better, and I'll take accountability for my flaws here. However, I do think right now this council cannot name the board members of the Ocean Fest, yet we write a $50,000 check every year for the Ocean Fest. I think what we need to do is have closer ties with the Ocean Fest. I'll be for the 5-year extension, but I think there needs to be some degree of council interaction with the Ocean Fest on all these matters. A couple of things have happened that have really upset me. I don't think the attacks on Miss Shanae are appropriate, or her husband. I don't think the attacks on Mr. Gonzalez is appropriate. And I don't think some coward trying to get sponsors to pull out of the event, that's certainly inappropriate as well. And that all has occurred. And I've had about enough of that nonsense. And I just spoke a moment ago how I was getting back to Christianity, my own faith, and I'm losing patience right now talking about it.
Pray.
I'll pray for me. I apologize for any hurt to the Gonzalez family, because that was not. But I'll tell you, I'll give you a personal anecdote. My wife was looking forward to Mr. Delante's open house this past weekend. And she was, as a result of the hateful emails that I received from both sides, by the way, we didn't attend, we didn't go. I will still buy a piece of Mr. Delante's art at some point in time. But it wasn't this past weekend because my wife just absolutely was fearful of going as a result of some of the emails I received on both ends of this. Not only that, one email even listed where the Shanaes live and where I live. That is totally inappropriate. And excuse me, let me continue, please. So I'll be in favor of this, But I would like to have an amendment to what we're doing here, to have two council members act as liaison to the Ocean Fest board. And, you know, another thing I would add for the Ocean Fest board, get out of being a 501c4, become a 501c3. That way people can donate to you and it's tax deductible. And I would even, you know, the other thing I would suggest, and I say this repeatedly to a lot of nonprofits, the other thing I would suggest is if you rely on government money time after time after time, you're not a viable nonprofit. You need to figure out how to cut your ties with taxpayer money. It doesn't mean the city won't assist, but become a 501c3 and have an active development program and have an active program in which contributors come to you and contribute. So I will have a motion. Go ahead, please.
Would you consider I think you made a motion for the 5-year, and I think Councilmember Noblock also said that. Would you consider a requirement that there be a public process, that they open it up to other artists? Mr. Gonzalez definitely could put in for that. Nothing stopping, we're not saying anything about it, and we're just asking for a process that they could not do this year, that to consider artwork. They could award it to him again, but at least there's a better process that we don't have this happen again next year and the year after that.
I think if we set up a subcommittee of council members working with the Ocean Fest board, that would not be required.
What would stop it? What would stop it from happening again? Say they want to put the actual what's on his cover on the book on next year or the year after that, because they want to be more provocative, and what's to stop that if it's not in the contract?
Well, I think early on, I think if there were council members involved in this process early on, that with communication and respect with one another, that simply would not occur.
I like the suggestion. I don't know that we need to micromanage a nonprofit's board or their activities, but because we are a major partner. It's our beach. We have a major financial investment. So I think your suggestion, Mr. Mayor, of having a couple of council members be the liaison, like we do to the DBA, the chamber, and other
Exactly.
nonprofit organizations, I think that's a good idea. I'm supportive of that. I'd volunteer to be on that if that's appropriate. But that being said, I don't think we need to micromanage this. And as several people have expressed the support for the 5-year extension, I'll make a motion now that the city council approve the first extension of contract C-17-23, a partnership agreement between the city of San Clemente and the San Clemente Ocean Festival relating to the annual Ocean Festival event for a 5-year term extending to June 6, 2027.
I can second that with the addition of the subcommittee being a liaison and being put in the
I'll
contract.
include that in my motion.
Thank you. So motion by Noblock, second by James. Councilmember Ward.
With that condition, I vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. 4-0, it passes.
I make a motion that we go into closed session. They can clear out.
I'm going to talk about closed session for just a moment. Councilmember Noblock, you agenda, I think you asked for.
We can't do a meeting while they're doing this.
If we could just hold it down as we exit. Thank you. Conversations need to go outside. Thank you. Councilmember Noblock, you suggested that you wanted to talk about this second closed session item. I would move that we punt that to our next meeting.
That's fine. You're talking about the
Bistro Mosala.
In other words, talk about it during closed session at the next meeting.
Oh,
not this
that's
one.
fine. That's
Okay,
fine.
so no closed session.
No, there'll be no closed session this evening. Okay.
We are at 6:30.
Before we vote on that, does that mean we don't have any break at all?
No, we're going to take a 15-minute break. I think there's food out there. You
And
need more?
Didn't you have a comment that you wanted to make before closed session? Is that off now? Off the
Well,
table?
yeah, because we're
now
not
we'll go on normal schedule. So then
So the second closed session item will be discussed in general session. So I'm going to make a motion that we go on a 20-minute break.
Thank
wait,
you.
I want to make a comment, and then I want to do it.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
We need to go.
Thank you, Jennifer. Oh, Jake got it.
If we're, why don't we just schedule our break then for later and keep going right now? Because we just took.
Can we schedule a break for later?
Yeah, as long as we're not waiting,
Okay,
taking 10 minutes for
All
to
right.
clear the room.
so
Let's try and stay on schedule.
Yeah.
Can we take the Family Assistance Ministries first when we come back for regular session?
we're going to do that right now.
Good.
Wait, but first we're doing reports.
What item is that? We don't have a staff report, right? There's no staff report?
No staff report. So where are we? We're at city man, are we? Yeah, it's city manager comments.
No updates at this time, sir.
City manager, where do we stand with the meeting with Sheriff Barnes and DA Spitzer? I think they've
Sheriff Don Barnes is accepted. We have a date in July set up. We have a tentative acceptance from the district attorney's office. Supervisor Bartlett's office cannot make that date, so we will probably proceed without the Supervisor Bartlett. And I will be having a discussion with county council this week to attend the meeting as well.
very good. City attorney. City attorney,
No, I have nothing to add tonight. Thank you.
council members. Council member comment?
We'll have them at the end of the meeting as well, right?
No, they're
No,
now.
we're going to do them now.
Okay, I guess couple of items quickly. We received I'm sure you all received the same email of the Maxburg Park sidewalk photographs and the conditions, and city managers responding with the Public Works Department. They're looking into that. We'll have a report back sometime soon, approximately.
So there's no report coming to the city council. I can provide an update under city manager comments when I have the update, but the residents that did reach out, they will be communicated and updated as it relates to those concerns.
Okay, thank you. The next question I have was regarding the abandoned Arco station across from Valero and the status of that. I know we've discussed, but if you could just a quick note on what's happening there.
Yeah, I could. Thanks. I was going to do the closed session report, but since we're not having one, I'll take this opportunity to do that. Thanks for that cue, council member. At its last meeting on May 25th, the city council authorized Special Prosecutor Matt Silver of Silver and Wright to initiate litigation. And that litigation has been filed. I should say that vote was unanimous, all council members voting in favor. The lawsuit is called City of San Clemente versus Urban Development Corporation. It's a nuisance abatement action brought relating to the nuisance at 422 Avenida de la Estrella. That's the abandoned service station that's been in that dilapidated state for quite some years now. So that nuisance action seeks attorney's fees. It seeks authorization for the city to abate that nuisance itself if the owner continues in its intransigence with it, and to recover the cost of that abatement as a lien on the property.
Thank you. The next item I had was a concern about the state of our on-ramps and off-ramps in San Clemente. We've discussed this in the past, but boy, I tell you, the Pico off-ramp is looking terrible. And I know it's Caltrans, but I don't know if we can interact with them, but I just want to ask us to maybe be more engaged with Caltrans on the vegetation that's growing up and really looking tacky on our off-ramps.
I will have Public Works follow up with Caltrans and provide an update to the city council.
Okay, and my last item, Mr. Mayor, is at a prior meeting when the city manager was discussing the contracts that he was letting, and he reports to us subsequently after the fact, there was a comment that those items were being bid with multiple bids before those contracts were being let. Is that is correct?
My comment was that those contracts are in conformance with the purchasing policy
which has different avenues, whether it's an invitation to bid, request for proposal, source, et cetera.
So the contracts that are being let are or not, or in some cases?
It depends on the
bid?
case. Some of them are being bid, some of them might be 3 RFPs. It just depends on each one in terms of which ones you're referring to.
Well, I'm not referring to any specifically. I just want to make sure that whatever contracts are being made are being bid or are totally consistent. Are there some contracts that you don't need to bid?
Depends on them, yes, but I will say all of the contracts that I sign are in conformance with the purchasing policy.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward. Mayor Pro Tem.
2 things. One, I'd like to take this time to recognize one of our planning commissioners who is here in attendance, Karen Prescott Loeffler. She won an award from the Small Business Administration, the Anthony Vigil Advocacy Award. And if you know Karen, this award wouldn't surprise you because Karen jumps into action when there's a time of most need. And here she is. So here's the background. When California was shut down in March of 2020, boy, that seems like a lifetime ago, right? Commercial electrical contractors were not initially included in the essential category of businesses, so they were not going to be allowed to continue to operate. Karen, who's the Director of Political Affairs and Business Development for the National Electrical Contractors Association, NECA, jumped into action. Karen contacted several other professional contractor organizations, I should say, and rallied their support. Together, they lobbied state elected officials in order to educate them with regard to the vital work commercial electrical contractors perform. The contractors maintain critical infrastructure components, including cell tower maintenance, street lighting, traffic signals, and power line repair. These legislators apparently did not understand that, but they became educated and then became to realize that they needed to make sure that those electrical contractors were able to stay in business. So they considered them essential, and they were quickly designated as such. During the pandemic, Karen assisted many NECA contractors by ensuring that they had access to all available assistance programs, keeping them in business and obviously their employees as well. She also educated many of the smaller companies and helped them enhance their business development strategies, which enhanced their ability to secure projects and allowed them to stay open and keep their workers employed. So I just wanted to recognize one of our residents here and our planning commissioner, Karen Prescott Loeffler, for that incredible work and obviously deserving of this award. Thank you, Karen. Right. The other thing that I would like to see if I can get support for is we heard from some of our garden folks about a Tree City USA designation. I would like to see if we can get support for staff to come back, and certainly our arborist, who I think has been doing a great job, to maybe brief us on what it would take to get that designation.
Second on that.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do we need a
We
third?
need a third.
You know what? I'll consider it if the city's tree policies are included, because I heard comments that we don't replace trees and we do every time we take one out. And I want to know what it means to give that designation. You haven't been on council that long. We've
for the
had
reminder.
issues. No, but we've had issues of we're an ocean view city, right?
Sure.
The entire city is that, not against trees at all, but we've always had an issue with that. And we even looked at having a tree policy where we protected views. So this is in direct. I'm not sure what the canopies do, this tree policy does with residents, because it seems like the policy the greatest impact will be city impact. And I think we already do what they're asking. So I need all of that information in that report so that we know how we've gotten here. And we're not just considering one
Well, I
aspect of
think
it.
that's a terrific idea. We did hear from a commenter today on that specific issue. And so we may have different considerations than in Irvine or other cities. So
Anaheim.
that would be really good to have. I do believe, my understanding is we actually do have the capacity to do a lot of the things that are required for the Tree City USA right now. So it wouldn't be this huge additional expense or additional effort, but let's be mindful that we are not just sort of seeing one side of the equation.
Absolutely.
appreciate
So
that.
I would agree to that, but also agree that this doesn't come back for, I mean, this is not an imminent,
Sure,
this has
no
to come
problem.
back soon.
And the only thing I'd say, I'm all for Tree City USA. I think we should do it. But keep in mind, we have a public hearing this evening and it's going to be item 8A. And it's going to talk about mandatory water reductions.
Oh,
coming.
true.
And the only way new trees grow is with water. And, you know, so.
Yeah, we
agree.
need to balance all of it.
We have a lot of balls up in the air on this. Granted, most of the trees in public areas, hopefully, we have Public Works here or Dave Riebensdorf here.
Kyle's here.
I don't know who this question is for, so I'll pose it to you, City Manager. Most of the trees, what percentage of trees do we have in public areas that are irrigated by recycled water?
Oof. I'm going to defer to Kyle or Dave for that answer. I do not know, sir.
I can't answer that. I do think we have about 15,000 street trees in the city. So that'd be trees within the right of way. That's not all trees, just the ones in the right of way. I don't know about the recycled water though.
I think that's one of the things we'll need to look at.
And that's a good segue into our desal issue as well. So, water is water.
Councilmember
I think on
Duncan,
that
would you
point-
defer that to that item for us to discuss it, whether we would go forward or not? Because I don't know what this
What I
this
would
next measure is. It might be that we have to stop watering our
Right. What I would say is,
Or
I would
right
say let's punt this to end of summer, fall, perhaps, where we are hopefully through major water restrictions. We don't need to bring this Tree City USA back until we'll
No.
probably have all the rest of the water things
Okay.
figured out.
I would agree to that.
All right, perfect.
Okay, are we good?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, Kate, can you pull up my chart that I have? I opted not to pull item R today, the sheriff's contract, because there was going to be enough drama today. I didn't want to add to the drama, but I think citizens, taxpayers need to understand what we're working against as it relates to public safety. And it's both on the OCSD side and the OCFA side. The county of Orange has a $5.8 billion unfunded unfunded pension liability. So I'm not doxing anyone here. This is all public record information. So if you go down all the way where it says percent of salary, and then go to the retirement line, and the what it shows is 67% of the salary that we're paying our deputies. It has nothing to do with the deputies. Let me just say that. Actually, for that matter, it doesn't have anything to do with Sheriff Barnes, and I'll talk about that in a minute. 67% of the salary we're paying to go to their retirement. So as you see, the salary that we're paying on the bottom line is $6.9 million per deputy. And we're paying not per deputy, for the deputies. And then we're paying 4.6 million just paying into their retirement. And quite honestly, city manager, I don't understand how that works because because the employer side of CalPERS is 7%. The employee side of CalPERS is 7%. That comes up with about 14% of what the whole salary should be. I think we have, I didn't want to hold up the salary. Excuse me, I didn't want to hold up the contract, but I do think we need to understand what we're paying for. And it has nothing to do with the quality of the deputies or the service they're providing. It has everything to do with the Board of Supervisors and what contracts they are entering into with the Deputies Association. And it's disconcerting because we're going to get to the point where we're not going to be able to afford public safety. And well, I shouldn't say that. We're not going to be able to afford public safety at the rate we have public safety today. Consequently, we need to figure out this $4.6 million. You know, we need to know, and I'll put this to you in writing. We need to know what the employer contribution to OSERS is. We need to know how many of the deputies that we have are classic CalPERS, how many are PEPRA CalPERS, because there should be a completely different calculation there. And again, this 5, and we also with the unfunded liability, I mean, OCSD is our contractor. We're the customer, so we should be able to ask some questions. And of the $5.3 billion that the Orange County Board of Supervisors have allowed to get out of control, I'd like to know what portion of that belongs to OCSD. I'd like to know what portion of that belongs to OCFA. You know, I think these are the kind of questions we need to ask as it relates to entering into contracts. I'm not going to hold this contract up. Sheriff Barnes got upset a few years ago when that happened, and I'm not going to do that. But this is the conversation we need to have over the next year before we enter into a new agreement in 2023 with the sheriff's with the OCSD. Did I miss anything? No, I didn't.
And Mayor James, if you will, I think the point is here in part that as we try to get a handle on our unfunded liabilities and are aggressively tackling that, what we see is our contractor essentially passing on those charges to us with no visibility about what we're paying for versus with our deputies versus other deputies. And I think it's important to have that visibility for us as we prepare to look at the contract.
And there's one other important piece of this. You're not going to like what I was saying. One other important piece to this, and that is Sheriff Barnes doesn't even take part in the contract negotiations with the 3 bargaining units he has. It's the Board of Supervisors. And I don't want to be overly aggressive here, but keep in mind, one of the largest donators to supervisor campaigns are the Sheriff's Deputies Union, the Fire Union, and the Orange County Employees Association. And so consequently, they're these large donators to the Board of Supervisors, the individual members of the Board of Supervisors. And we're out, and the taxpayers of San Clemente have no representation. So that's what's going on. So it's not Sheriff Barnes approving these contracts. It's our Board of Supervisors. It's ours, you know, and we need to let the supervisors. It's not good enough for us to let our supervisor know. Everyone out in this audience needs to let them know that we're outraged, that this thing has gotten out of control and needs to be addressed. City Manager.
Thank you for that, Mayor. I did have an opportunity. Brian Waite, the Executive Director with Orange County Sheriff's Department, was here in the event that the contract would be discussed. I had a conversation with him prior to the council meeting. All of the questions that you brought up are easily answered by OCSD, and they will be providing that to us. Part of the question as it related to the unfunded liability of the $5.3 billion, that will be an OSERS question, not an OCSD question. So we'll go to OSERS. Steve Delaney's the CEO. He's a great guy. We'll find out what unfunded liability buckets exist for the public safety partners. But we will be able to report that back to the council when we get that update. A couple of things. I know we are CalPERS, they're OSERS. So when we talk about employee pickup of 7%, it's different with OSERS. But I was, for instance, assured that when the recent MOUs, deputies are picking up their full employee pension share as part of that previous negotiation, much like the city of San Clemente. But we'll get all the detail as it relates to PEPRA and Classic and provide that to the council.
And understand, this is not about the deputies. This is not about the individual firefighters. This is about the contracts that our supervisors have entered into.
Understood.
Can I add
Yes.
to that? So the OCSD is a little bit different than OCFA. We actually have a seat on that board for OCFA.
I understand.
And that board approved a snowball pension plan pay down, and we are like 85% funded. And that's been very successful. The board did that several years ago. one thing that we also did, and the city manager may consider it, is there's cash contract cities on OCFA, and then there's structural fire fund cities. That's also with OCSD also. So we have a policy that anytime the board approves anything that would increase cash contract rates, that be in the approvals, so that all the board, even the structural fire fund cities, can see that they're going to affect the city of Santa Ana $200,000. So I was wondering if the council would agree to this, that the next time you have a city manager meeting, that the city managers, you bring that up and discuss that maybe, the details on the pensions is one thing. Do they want to start seeing pension pay down, things like that? But maybe there needs to be something in this contract where they consider, and it's written out for the board of supervisors, what it means to a cash contract city, each individual one, because we all consider that when we're voting for each and every item and the budget, we consider it also. But I don't see that on the other side with the OCSD contract. I think it's something that would bring more awareness, and I think that's what
Definitely
you're
worthy of a
talking about.
conversation.
Okay. It seems to work well.
I don't disagree.
So you're okay with that direction?
Yes, sir.
Okay. City clerk?
Okay. Council subcommittee updates. Is there anything there?
No, I don't have. Anything. I sit on almost all of them. I don't have anything.
So did you want to move to the?
When is it that we're taking a break?
I think this is a good time to take it.
Well, should we get through the 6 and 7 and then take a break until 7:30 when we do our
What is 6 and 7?
Special presentation. Yeah, let's get special presentation. So there's no closed session report.
Nope.
And so, excuse me, special presentation.
Okay, the first special presentation is an update on the homeless issue. The May update will be provided at the June 21st meeting. And next is a presentation of the Human Relations Leadership Award.
Who's here from Human Affairs? Come on up. Yeah, I'll meet you up here. Okay. Council, come on up, please. You're on. Now read the proclamation. Yeah, say it again. Go ahead. How are you?
I just want to introduce Logan Ruby. And out of a lot of applicants that we had for San Clemente High School, we had a lot of amazing applicants and we were impressed with everybody. So everyone that applied, thank you. Just want everyone to know that. But Logan stood out to our committee for a lot of reasons, which you will soon hear. And I just want to say that I'm really proud of you and I'm very proud of his parents for raising such an excellent boy. Come on up. They're recording. So anyways, congratulations, and I'll turn it over to the mayor.
You know, city clerk's office, I hate when you write long paragraphs, but that's, I'll deal with it, okay? Oh, you did that. Okay. City of San Clemente, whereas each year the San Clemente City Council and Human Affairs Committee bestow a Human Relations Leadership Award to a high school student who demonstrates exceptional efforts towards the improvement of human relations. Whereas Logan Ruby has proven his service, dedication, and leadership in the community. He is the No Place for Hate program representative in the Principal's Leadership Council at San Clemente High School. We could have used you here earlier. Where were you? This program is made up of students and teachers helping the school become more aware and inclusive, ensuring all feel welcomed and supported at the school and in our community. He is part of the Link Crew program and New Students Committee, helping kids find groups that fit their interests, which in turn provides them with a better overall high school experience. He volunteers for theater and drama, helping with set design and building, parking, coordination, and transportation. He is the president of the Comedy Sports Club for International Thespian Society and leads the San Clemente High School Lettuce Club, which helps students understand the importance of self-confidence and promote healthy eating habits. This club also teamed with the wellness program to help raise money to better the school programs for mental health awareness. He has been part of the Dana Outrigger Canoe Club for the past 7 years, which helps to improve community and wildlife in San Clemente and Dana Point. Whereas Logan believes that volunteering is a true commitment of kindness and passion and brings a level of pride and accomplishment to students. Volunteering gives real-world experiences of collaboration, team building, and helps individuals understand that people are from different walks of life. We aren't all the same. He believes that volunteering affords endless possibilities for improving our San Clemente community. Whereas the city of San Clemente is grateful to Logan for his efforts as an exemplary student leader, empathetic community volunteer, and for his compassion in helping others. Now, therefore, I, Gene James, Mayor of the City of San Clemente, acting on behalf of the City Council and the citizens of San Clemente, do hereby commend and present this award to Logan Ruby, and by doing so, urge all citizens to join the San Clemente High School student body in their efforts to pursue excellence, to dedicate extensive service hours to those in need, and to educate the general public about the special needs of our community. Signed, Gene James, Mayor of the City of San Clemente. We gotta get his parents in here too. Come on, guys. Great job. Oh, I didn't see. Jerry, before you ever write another proclamation. Turn it over. Okay, I'm going to make a motion to go on break for 20 minutes. And so it's 7:12. So I'll make it 22 minutes. We'll go to 7:30.
7:30, second.
Aye.
Keith, aye.
Aye.
Aye. 4-0. Is there anyone here for the public hearing in regards to,
Yes, we have one speaker card.
you do, okay, then. Yeah, we'll do this. Yeah. So what I'm going to do with the permission of council is we'll do the public hearing, the code amendment on the declaration of a water shortage. And then we will move up item 10C, I believe it is, right? Yeah. Up front to let you all get home at a decent hour. No applause, please.
Can we do that? Can we do that now, or did we have someone to speak on?
No,
the
we're going
letter?
to do the public hearing and then we're going
There
to
is
move up
someone.
10C. There's a speaker on
Oh,
the,
okay, okay.
so city clerk.
Yes. Okay, this is public hearing regarding a code amendment relating to water conservation and a declaration of water shortage level 2. And would you like to hear the speaker now? Or
Yes, let's
staff?
hear
Okay,
the speaker now.
Al Cohen.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council
I'm
members.
opening the public, I'm sorry, Al. I'm opening the public hearing. Thank you.
Sorry.
Start the time over.
Jumping the gun. Honorable Mayor and council members, I'm here to speak on the water conservation and what I consider this should not be a regular gender item, but it should be an emergency ordinance, since both the declaration of the State Water Board and the governor have given until June 10th to implement this measure. I would think that a normal agenda item is not going to meet that deadline. I may be wrong on that. I'm not versed in. Our city attorney can help us on that. The State Water Resources Control Board adopted emergency regulation, and some of it contains the following: commercial, industrial, and institutional decorative grass shall not be watered. And we're talking about potable water all the way through this. You should give trees all the water they need, avoid overwatering. Use use a broom, not water, to clean sidewalks and driveways. Turn off decorative water fountains and use automatic shutoffs on your water hose. Our current level 2 does not cover this. We don't talk about setting water levels until later on. And we do not address in this ordinance as presented anything to do with commercial, industrial, and institutional uses. Water Board adopted this emergency order on June 4th, and the governor's on January the 4th, and the governor declared January 18th. So we've had lots of time to work on this. This isn't something that just dropped out of the sky yesterday. The citizens of this city, to by the best of my knowledge, have not been advised in any way, shape, or form that we have a water shortage and you need to save water. The governor asked for a 20% reduction early in the year. We heard nothing about it. Further, our level 2 restrictions are not geared to water conservation, but are so weak as to allow anything goes. Use as much as you wish, so we get that revenue in. Our level 2 should limit turf watering to 2 times a week, not 3 times a week, as presented. We are a coastal community. Very seldom do we exceed and enjoy excessive temperatures that are going to, okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
No.
Public hearing is closed. Do we have a staff report?
Yes, we do. So we have Utilities Director Dave Rievensdorf, who will do a brief introduction, and then we have a very brief report from Nikki Beach in our Utilities Department.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Dave Rievensdorf, Utilities Director. As mentioned, Nikki Beach, Water Conservation Analyst, will provide a brief presentation highlighting changes to the city's water conservation ordinance and water shortage contingency plan level 2 implementation through a water alert in response to the drought situation and as required by the State Water Resource Control Board. So with that, I'll turn the presentation over to Nikki Beach.
Thank you, Dave. Good evening, Mayor and council members. As Dave mentioned, I am here to speak on the Water Conservation Ordinance update and the level 2 water alert declaration that staff is recommending tonight. Next slide, please. Okay, so the first item is the Water Conservation Ordinance update. We are recommending that the City Council repeal and replace Chapter 13.12 of the city's municipal code to achieve the following: primarily to achieve consistency with the 2020 and any future water shortage contingency plans, and also to be consistent with the first of 2 emergency conservation regulations that have been adopted by the State Water Board this year. And that is the regulations that were passed on January 4th regarding permanent water waste restrictions. Next slide, please. So here in the next 3 slides, we have a snapshot of all the ordinance changes, just to summarize. I'm not going to go through all of them, but they do mostly revolve around those permanent water waste restrictions that are valid year-round, regardless of shortage level. And some of them are just to be more consistent with like other local water agencies, such as the prohibition on irrigating during the daytime hours. We've expanded it to 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And then we've also done a favor for our customers in a sense to help them repair leaks in a more reasonable time frame. So we used to require leaks be repaired within 3 days of notice from the utilities department, and now we are giving them 5 calendar days. Next slide, please. And then the main one on this set of changes is primarily that we are including an exemption to potentially historic water fountains in terms of requiring a recirculating device on that water fountain, which is currently required of all water fountains and aesthetic water fountains in the city right now. Next slide, please. And then the highlight on this set of changes is just adding a requirement that street sweepers use recycled water when readily available, and that is to comply with the January 4th state emergency conservation regulations. And next slide, please. So moving on to the level 2 water alert declaration, the council probably remembers that just last June in 2021, they adopted the 2020 water shortage contingency plan. And that plan has 5 levels of shortage that the council can adopt. And each level of shortage also has suggested demand reduction actions. And just last month, the State Water Board came in with their second set of conservation regulations for this year to respond to this unprecedented drought. And part of that emergency regulation was requiring all urban water suppliers with an adopted water shortage contingency plan to implement all their shortage demand reduction actions for a 10 to 20% shortage. So for our plan, that corresponds to a level 2. Hence, we are recommending going into a level 2 water alert. Next slide, please. And so here we have a summary of the demand reduction actions for a level 2 water alert or water shortage, if you want to use the more general term. And they include expanding our public information campaign, such as through press releases, social media posts, newspaper ads, bill messaging, and the like, and implementing our demand management rates, which would equate to approximately $4 per customer per month of additional water fees to offset revenue and to incentivize conservation primarily. And we would also limit landscape irrigation using overhead irrigation at least to specific days, and that would be currently 3 days a week and 1 day a week in the winter months. And then finally, we would be increasing our water waste patrols to help educate our residents about things that they can do to reduce their use and help support the statewide effort. Next slide, please. And here I've just laid out the designated irrigation days for level 2 and March through November, which is the period we're currently in. Even residential addresses are Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Odd residential addresses would be able to water on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. And commercial and irrigation accounts would be on Sundays, Tuesdays, and Fridays. And our customers may remember these days from the last drought when we last were in a level 2 water alert. And we've kept them the same to keep it consistent for our customers, and also because they did such a great job during the last drought, helping us cut back by, really honing in on their irrigation and using an appropriate amount of water throughout the week. So we want to commend them on that. And we also want to make it easy for them to fall back to those old watering days. And then of course, during the winter, those are the 1 day a week that our customers would be able to water, which is Monday for even residential addresses, Saturdays for odd ones, and commercial and irrigation accounts would be on Thursdays. And that's all I have today, but I'm here for questions. I know Dave is as well, so I will leave it at that.
So council, I'm going to throw out to either the city manager or Ms. Beach or Director Riebensdorf. Could we address Mr. Cullen's concerns?
I'll let Dave answer those questions.
Let's see, I jotted down a few of the notes. So the first was the emergency ordinance. We did run this through the city attorney's office, and I wasn't made aware that we needed to go to an emergency ordinance in this case, but I don't know if city attorney wants to add anything to it, or we move on to the next item.
Well, no, I don't know whether Nick you'd like to speak to that, but it's important to get this done, but there would be remedies or writ brought against the city to enforce or to check non-compliance. And I think this will be on the books before we have to worry about that. That would be my short answer.
And then one other thing, Mr. Riebensdorf, the city has, in the event we would be completely cut off from water at some point in time, under the current rate of consumption, we have X number of days, and I'd like you to respond. I think I know what that is. Under this rate of consumption, how many days do we have in reserve?
So we still have water in reserve in an emergency. If there was a major outage where we had no water coming into the city, we have, I forget the exact number, but roughly about 23 days of storage, average days of storage. And if our customers are reducing their water rate use, then that's extended out. But in the summertime, our customers are going to be using more water than they would under just an average day scenario. So I don't know if that's what you're looking for exactly, but
That's exactly what I'm looking for. And just for the purposes for the audience, the water we get, and Mr. Riebensdorf, correct me if I'm wrong, the water we get from the Colorado River and from the reservoirs in Northern California, they cross 5 fault lines, 5 active fault lines. Is that correct, Mr. Riebensdorf?
yeah, that is correct. I'm not sure if it's exactly 5, but there's quite a number that they do pass. And currently, the city's, Metropolitan Water District's Deemer plant, where the city receives a majority of its imported water, is currently not receiving water from Northern California. So all the water, imported water the city is receiving is from the Colorado River Basin. And that's why you'll see in some newspaper ads or newspaper articles that LA County and areas north of Orange County have further restrictions on their water use.
And keep in mind, one of the reasons that we're not receiving water from the reservoirs in Northern California is they also produce hydroelectricity. So consequently, they cannot allow their water levels to fall to the turbines, because that would be an interruption to the power grid. Mr. Knobloch.
Okay. Was there other comments that Dave had to address Mr. Collins?
I think that, Dave, that's all the comments you had, right?
Let's see, I think you had a couple others. I think you had one that grass should not be watered. I'm not aware that that's within the ordinance that the state is requiring. We ask our customers to limit their water use of their turf. And as you remember, in the last drought, we had quite a few brown lawns, and I'm certain that our customers will do the best that they can to conserve. In the last drought, our customers conserved nearly 25% of their water use. And let's see, there was a comment about not rinsing off sidewalks, and I think that's something that's within the ordinance, and that's required at all times. And as far as, let's see what else, citizens not being advised, I believe we've, or at least through MODOC, there's been numerous outreach articles involved with the drought and from Metropolitan Water District, but nothing specific and directly from the city. We were kind of waiting to see what the state's requirements were going to be. And obviously they changed directly 2 weeks ago with changes to their ordinance. I believe that was on May 24th. And that's why we're before the city here today with some of the modifications.
And Mayor, if I may add, once, if the council is so inclined to approve this tonight, we will be putting, I'll say, flyers in all of the water bills going forward to notify all account holders of those restrictions forthcoming.
Councilmember Ward.
Thank you for that reminder. I know we count on that. I think we put it out on our refrigerator when we get that so that we know what we are. I wrote it down tonight since I'm an odd number what days so I could reprogram everything. Mr. Riebenstorff, one comment that was made by the speaker was that commercial users, this did nothing to commercial users. Can you opine on that?
I guess I'll look for Nikki Beach. I know what I don't know the exact regulations from the state in regards to that. And that's always tricky and has been or was with the last drought because their use is so much different than residential. You know, their businesses are dependent upon that for their operations, but I'll let Nikki answer that question.
I think I'll withdraw that question with that explanation because I was just going by what the speaker said, but I do agree. Our residents did a great job in the last drought that we had. And I would ask, is there a current turf program for people to remove their turf? Is that still going on or is that ceased?
I'll go ahead and jump in. Yes, we have a turf removal program right now that is run through MODOC or the Municipal Water District of Orange County. And I believe they're still offering $3 per square foot for residential customers. I think it's $2 for commercial customers now, which includes like HOAs and common areas. And it's a great program. And yeah, we want to see people really jump in on that as if possible. I'll speak really quickly to, I guess we don't need to talk about the commercial users either, but I think the state is also afraid to touch actual commercial accounts versus like commercial landscaping, which is a whole nother ball game. So if you have any more questions, I can answer on that topic. But yeah, turf removal program is alive and well.
So our staff does a good job of getting those out there. I don't have any more questions.
I have a turf removal program going on at my house. It's called the mole. No, Steve passed.
Oh, you passed. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cullen, for coming in with those comments. Yeah, this is incredibly important. You know, we're faced now with some severe effects of our water shortage, and we need to be making sure we're thinking of all different sources to prepare ourselves for the time when the Colorado River isn't able to deliver water to us. So we should all be working to conserve, and I'm happy we're doing this. A question on the timing: are we going to have to do a second reading? And
Yeah,
won't go into effect until after that.
Yeah, we'll have second reading. And I wanted to pin my answer before. The most important thing here is that you adopt the resolution because we're subject to penalties for not stepping into water storage level 2. The ordinance is cleanup. You have an ordinance in effect in chapter 13.12. So first and second reading will be okay. That's more cleanup than anything that's going to subject us to penalties. And so it's fine. That'll have a second reading. You'll get on the books in time. In the meantime, we have good stopgap measures, but resolution or recommendation number 2 is key tonight in terms of timing.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'm good.
I only have one comment,
Yes,
Mr.
please.
Mayor. And that's simply that, you know, drought is something we live with in Southern California. We always have, we always will. The question is, how severe does it get? And I know we're considering a desal partnership with the South County Water District. And again, the concept, the thought of having an unlimited supply of fresh water for our residents and potentially for our neighbors is a positive thing. And the worse the drought gets, the more attractive that looks. And when it rains a lot, we don't think a lot about it, but to have that in our toolbox for supplies is important. And I'm just delighted that we're moving forward with considering that.
Mayor, will you entertain a motion?
I'm going to ask in just a moment.
Okay.
Mr. Reben, your Councilmember Knobloch brought up a good point. Talk about our options, and for the education of the audience here. Talk about our options ranging from recycled water and what that means, what that looks like. Because when you say it real fast, it doesn't sound very palatable. No pun intended. And the fact of desal and what experiences Carlsbad had with their desal plant.
So I think as far as recycled water, over about 50% of our existing irrigation customers' demand is from recycled water. So we have a aggressive program, and we're looking at expanding that. We think we have potentially up to another couple hundred feet, so maybe another 10% of our customers we can convert to recycled water. Regarding desal, as Councilmember Knobloch mentioned, we'll be looking at a feasibility analysis and study of potentially participating in the desal project at Doheny Beach. Some of the challenges associated, at least with the Carlsbad facility, is they're not necessarily their intake system is much different than the Doheny desal. So from an environmental perspective, Doheny is an improvement. But some of the challenges they have is their cost of desal water in Carlsbad from the San Diego County Water Authority. They're paying about $2,800 an acre foot, and they're producing about 50 million gallons a day. And they're pumping that desal water approximately 20 miles inland to their Sweetwater Reservoir, where they blend it with the rest of their system. And so the cost of water at Doheny desal likely won't be in that same cost frame, since the San Diego County Water Authority doesn't receive rebates from Metropolitan Water District. So the future cost analysis will be forthcoming, and will be interesting to see what potential impacts to our customer rates there will be to participate in a 1, 2, or potentially participate in anywhere from a 1 to 3 million gallons per day facility.
And then the last thing, again, just for the education of the audience, I think I didn't realize this till I was on council. We actually have 3 different water entities in the city of San Clemente. In the city of in almost all the city of San Clemente, excluding Talega and excluding the northwest corner of the city, it's a municipal water sewer operation, which is not unique, but not really that common for a city of our size. And then Talega gets its water from the Santa Margarita Water District, and there's a couple of hundred customers in the northwest end of town, northwest corner of town, right off Estrella, that are with the South Coast Water District. So we have 3 different entities providing water. So Dave, my question is, this ordinance applies also to Talega and those few customers in the northwest corner of town. Is that correct?
This ordinance only applies to the city customers, and then the customers that live within South Coast Water District and Santa Margarita Water District service areas, they will follow whatever requirements are in level 2 of those water districts.
Will they be getting, have they been notified? Are they going to be notified? Do we know?
I don't know the status, but likely they have been, or they will be soon.
Yeah, they're going to be subject to the same state requirements that we are. So.
Exactly.
Yeah.
City man, can we check to see if those customers have been notified?
For both South Coast Water and for Santa Margarita,
Yeah.
and what that means for them.
And
Yes.
what that means to them. Yeah, exactly. That's all I have. Yeah, I'll entertain a motion at this point.
Okay. I had it down. I will move that we introduce ordinance number 1731 entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, amending chapter 13.12, section 13.12.010-13.12.110 of the Municipal Code Water Conservation Ordinance, adopt resolution number 22-27 entitled Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, declaring a water shortage level 2 water alert. Number 3, direct staff to implement the following level 2 shortage response actions from its 2020 water shortage contingency plan, expand public information campaign, implement demand management rates for 11 to 20% reduction, limit landscape irrigation to specific days, and increase water waste patrols.
Second.
So motion by Ward, second by Duncan.
Aye.
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 Aye. 4-0, City Clerk. And now I'm going to make a motion to move item 10C, continuation of pickleball at Sanji Court, up ahead of everything else and for us to do it next. Can I-
Second.
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion by James, second by Knobloch, 4-0.
This item is continuation of pickleball at San Gorgonio Park, and I do have cards if
How
you're
many?
ready.
Oh, no.
8 so far.
8. Okay, so I'm gonna ask that at this late hour, if people are gonna come up and say the same thing repeatedly, that we might condense the number of people who are going to present tonight. Just, it's up to you and you self-police. So first one, please.
Yes, okay. Marty Weinberg, followed by Frank Schneider, followed by Mike McAllister.
I think Frank Schneider, I think he left. Good evening, Council, Mayor. I'm Marty Weinberg. I am the USA Pickleball Ambassador for the City of San Clemente. First, I want to thank all the pickleball supporters that have been hanging out here for the last 3 hours. Thank you. I want to be brief tonight since it's 8 o'clock already. I just want to discuss why pickleball was agendized tonight. And the complaint was that the city has added new pickleball classes to San Gorgonio Park, and that created more noise. And that's not true. I've been coming to the meetings for the last year, lobbying for more pickleball courts. And I've always stated that there are 4 classes, 12 players per class, and the classes are always full and there's waiting lists. And that's true today. Nothing has changed. And I'd like to add that it's actually quieter when we have the classes at San Gorgonio Park. And that's because the regular players, they realize that 3 courts will be taken up by the students. So a lot of them tend not to come. So there's less people. And also on the 3 courts where they have the lessons, these are mostly beginners. So they are learning how to play. They miss the ball half the time. They're hitting the ball soft. They are learning the aspects of the game. You know, the coaches, they stop pickleball quite often and they discuss all aspects of the game. They discuss how to serve, return serve, how to keep score, how to use a backhand, safety, that type of thing. So it's actually quieter on the days that we have the lessons. And I think that's all I want to say since we're short on time. I hope in the future that there'll be less pickleball negativity and we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mike McAllister. Marley Draper.
Honorable Mayor and council members, my name's Marley Draper. I'm 68 years old and I live at 611 Avenida Vaquero. I can walk to the Sanji Park. I play pickleball Monday through Friday from 7 to 7:30. And it has become part of my lifestyle. I also play golf at Shorecliff because I live on Shorecliff. And I used to go hit golf balls at the driving range, but now that driving range there's going to be a building built by the city of San Clemente, 150 units, 4-story senior rental apartment complex. What a great advertisement to say, hey, you can live here and walk up the hill and you can learn an activity that's going to increase your lifestyle, is going to help you be healthy. And I would think that the city of San Clemente would like to fill those units as soon as possible. So I'm representing the city of San Clemente, the senior group that want to continue to be healthy. That's why we live here in San Clemente. Pickleball is a great activity. It's very inexpensive. It's easy to learn. I do play golf. It's $55 for 9 holes. So I play pickleball more frequently than golf, and I wish to continue to be a very healthy person here and continue living in San Clemente. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
John Tilton, followed by Phil Dunmeyer, followed by Tim Brown.
Hi, my name is Phil Dunbar. My wife Kathy and I have lived in San Clemente for 32 years. First of all, I'd like to thank the Orange County Sheriffs and our 2 sheriffs here for your service. So thank you guys very much. I'd also like to thank the City Council and the San Clemente Parks and Recreation Department for your support of pickleball. And I think you guys ought to show your appreciation because we're here because of what they've done for us. So would you let them know how much you appreciate it? We have over 500, I would estimate, people, including 50+ students, kids that show up at San Gorgonio courts during the month to play pickleball. The entire gamut of demographics is always present there, including all ages, genders, ethnicities, educational levels, and most professions. I know the major goals of the City Council and the Parks and Recreation Department is to optimize the residential use of city facilities and to promote overall health, safety, and the well-being of its citizenry. I would be surprised if there are any other programs you administrate that fulfills those goals as much as San Clemente Pickleball does. You've made a concerted effort to date to address the concerns of the San Gorgonio residents. The sound screens definitely work, contrary to what 1 or 2 people may be saying. They definitely work. You have a later opening on Saturday and Sundays now, forcing some of us to have to sleep an extra hour. I think you're focusing on fast tracking the new courts at Steed Park, which will be very beneficial. San Clemente San Gorgonio Pickleball has 3 years of successful growth and success for our San Clemente residents. The San Gorgonio residents who opted to buy a home adjacent to a sports park, I'm sure calculated and factored in the disadvantages and advantages of that purchase and location. All the San Clemente 500+ residents who play pickleball at San Gorgonio, I certainly hope you continue to do all you can do to be respectful of court noise issues. Please, no music played. Traffic safety concerns and park cleanliness. I want to again thank you, the City Council and the Parks and Recreation Department, for all your support to date. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Tim Brown, followed by Gigi Harris.
Mayor, members of council, it's wonderful to see you tonight and grateful for the opportunity to address you today. Phil and Marty did a wonderful job and I won't add much to their comments other than to say thank you for this valuable community resource. It has been a tremendous blessing, me personally, to be able to associate with such a diverse and amazing group of folks from across San Clemente and call them friends. All the folks in red shirts here to express their support of the continuation of pickleball at San Gorgonio. In the interest of time and the awareness of budget season, which is never fun, and candidly, I'm sorry for all of you. All these folks should be submitting speaker cards and taking their 3 minutes. In the interest of time, they've foregone that. I'd ask that those who were going to speak but are being respectful of the council, if you would please raise your hands. Awesome, thank you. Very passionate, engaged group of folks here. And candidly, this is, as Phil said, is an absolute dream of a park and recreational resource. It uses and activates park spaces. It provides healthy and happy residents, minimal expense to the city. There's revenue sources, and it's incredibly diverse in its reach and the scope of what of the players that show up. Pickleball is a perfect community asset, and this council's taken strong steps to not only provide this valuable community resource, but also to do its best to address the community concerns. We recognize that. Just as Phil said, we want to be good neighbors too. If there's ways that we can improve our engagement with the surrounding community, we are always open to that. We are not only respectful and grateful for this, but we also self-police. And we feel like there's more that we could always do to address these concerns, and we're open to that conversation. And I would ask also in the interest of this, it's a challenging thing to constantly be agendizing an item that has such divisive effect on the community. Candidly, this is a conversation we've had. We can always improve. I think dialogue can happen. It doesn't always have to happen across the dais. It doesn't always have to happen in these community meetings. I think that there's a way that we can address those concerns. And I would hope and expect that the council and members of the city council would be able to help us be able to come together without constantly forcing the residents to be at each other's throats. So those residents who are upset, we recognize your concerns, and we will do the best we can to be good neighbors. We would also invite all of those who may be watching this home and those residents have concerns, come join the fun. There's always room for one more. And I will say it's all fun and games till the first ball goes out, and then we're trying to kill each other repeatedly through the whole time. But after that, it's all filled with joy and happiness. We'd ask you to come and be a part of our communities, as we have enjoyed so much being a part of yours. Thank you, council.
Evening. I'm Gigi Harris. I am not going to try to top that. That was amazing. We're just a pickleball community that loves to play. So we finally have a sport that the adults can actually go play after our kids are done, with homework and stuff. So I'm a USA Pickleball ambassador as well. There are 4 in San Clemente. Marty is one, I'm one, Manny Romero and Mary Namey. We're 4 representatives chosen by USA Pickleball to represent the sport, to grow the sport, to advocate on behalf of the sport. So we just want this sport to go. We don't have drama in pickleball except for who scores next or what the score is. We always forget the score. But my comment tonight is just to advocate the need for more courts. As you know, PPA Orange County Cup is happening in our city this week. There are over 1,000 players registered. I'm leading the volunteer efforts. So far, we have over 100 volunteers. Our community, our residents are volunteering because this is a sport we love and we want to give back. So at Lifetime, it starts Thursday and goes through Sunday. So needless to say, San G has been taxed this week with out-of-towners looking for practice courts. And I believe they have a multi-year contract with Lifetime. So this isn't going to end. I think every June, we're going to be having this Orange County Cup happen in our beautiful city. So I don't know what the plan is for Steed. I've been asked a lot, what's the plan for Steed? So if there is some update that you can provide to us, that would be very much appreciated. But we thank you for your support. We love this community. We have friends here that we've made that we would have never otherwise met. Unlikely people from 8 to 85. We're just a great group of people and we don't want to cause trouble. We understand the residents are concerned, but we're doing everything we can to help reduce the noise. And I think the windscreens have helped, except creating this weird wind vortex on court 4 and 3, but we all deal with that. We don't complain. So thank you very much for all your efforts, and we appreciate this community.
Thank you very much.
And the last card I have is from an anonymous speaker. Thank you. Thank you.
Has 4 council members who place the tax-paying residents' quality of life over a game. Council members Ferguson and Knobloch, Mayor Pro Tem Duncan, and Mayor James, your acknowledgement that nuisance from pickleball noise is having a negative impact on tax-paying residents in San Clemente is very much appreciated. So is your support to put pickleball courts in no one's backyard and relocate it to the outskirts of the city where it cannot affect any resident. What is a total disgrace is that in the thousands of pages I have received from public records, there is no mention by the staff or Councilmember Ward that they have even considered the quality of life for the residents near San Gorgonio Park, or those who are just trying to enjoy a day at San G. Their sole intent was and continues to be accommodating the game of pickleball, and everyone else be damned. What is even more appalling is that these documents show dishonest conduct by the staff to influence you and prior council members towards decisions to put pickleball at San G Park. Each of you have received verification of staff's dishonest conduct. My 3-minute limit does not allow me to go over it again, but to the public, you can obtain these documents by requesting a public record request and ask for documents pertaining to pickleball involving staff and all elected officials. What you are seeing are some of the hundreds of San Clemente residents who request that all pickleball courts that are located in residential neighborhoods be decommissioned immediately. No, they have not shown up tonight wearing matching attire and using their right to speak for 3 minutes each. That alone would be over 8 hours. I am here to implore that you do not allow the city to operate any activity that has a negative impact to any resident's daily life. Not now and not 2 years from now. Mayor James, I hope you have shared the documents given you that were found on San Clemente Pickleball Ambassador's social media. It confirms that in the past, the city has made arrangements for the usage of the 8 courts at the Boys and Girls Club, although Mr. Sun denied this. Plus, Dana Point has 10 courts, San Juan has 6, and Talega residents have 3. So it's not like pickleball cannot be played during steep construction. Will they be able to play 7 days a week, 14 hours a day? Of course not. Should the city be required to provide 14 hours a day, 7 days a week, and still Steve Park is ready? Of course not. If you decide to remedy this right now, get ready to get barraged with comments that playing this game at San G is more important than anything else in life, and that the hundreds of complaints you have received is some sort of figment of residents' imagination. Please, tax-paying residents have endured this for way too long. Do not allow it to continue for another 2 years.
Thank you for your time.
Do we have any other comments?
No, that's all.
Do I have a staff report?
Yeah, our Director of Beaches, Park and Recreation, Samantha Wiley, has a brief staff report.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I'm Samantha Wiley, Beaches, Parks and Recreation Director. I do have a very brief staff report. Really, the contents of the agenda report covers it, but to provide a little bit more detail, as council directed to review pickleball class operations, I do want to reiterate that pickleball has gone on for a number of years, as it is detailed in the staff report. We currently are offering in the summer season, we're offering 8 classes. They are on Wednesdays from about 11:30 to 2:30. We do have a maximum of 12 participants. We do not exceed that maximum. as is best practice and normal for the Recreation Division, we like to ensure that there is still public drop-in use to all of our public amenities, and not overcrowd those courts as well. That's no different from a surf camp to a tennis class to a basketball class. Overall, since the inception of pickleball, we have held 109 classes total. So again, we've responded to the community's want for pickleball classes even before we had courts established, by creating temporary courts at the Boys and Girls Club. To date, the pickleball classes have served over 1,000 participants. Those are not necessarily unique individuals. Some of them are repeat, but it is over 1,000. And the revenue in totality is about $108,000 over the course of its tenure as a class. So I also briefly want to touch on the master plan because I know that's a very important topic for the council and our community. Council, on the consent calendar this evening, you voted and approved a contract to be executed with an environmental consulting firm that will now allow staff to perform the necessary environmental analysis so we can further make that progress towards approving the master plan amendment. So from a timing perspective, environmental analysis can take several months. We've selected a contract firm that has ensured us that they will expedite it, hoping to land the CEQA, the environmental analysis, as well as the master plan update to council in the winter time, and then we can start on the design phase. The CEQA is a requirement before we can do anything. So we are continuing to make progress on that as well. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that there might be of myself.
Council members, Councilmember Ward.
I'd like to ask that any council member that agendized this, if they would like to make a motion to receive and file it without any comments. That's what this is a receive and file.
Councilmember Noble.
Yeah, I just would like to know from staff, I didn't quite hear in Samantha's report, the timing on the best timing for new courts at Steed Park and the redesign at San Gorgonio to move those courts closer to the freeway. What best estimate on time?
I'll speak to that. So as Samantha indicated tonight, you've approved on your consent calendar hiring an environmental consultant to do the environmental analysis of Steed Park, which council directed staff to expedite.
Right.
We have the design built pursuant to the budget being adopted tonight. We have the design cost in the CIP budget for fiscal year 2022-23 at $500,000. So Public Works come July 1 will be doing an RFP to find a consultant to do the design of Steed Park. Once that design is done, we'll then have a better concept or grasp of what the true cost will be to build the improvements at Steed Park. We, staff, will be coming back to the council next fiscal year to present the cost, and we'll provide a funding strategy to initiate the bid for construction for the design. So that'll be something that we initiate in next fiscal year.
And the San Gorgonio redesign, what is that? Is
There
that
is
anywhere in the horizon?
negative. No, it is not.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Mayor Pro Tem.
No.
So will you move that the item?
Well,
receive and file?
I'll make a comment, and that is that Council Member Ferguson asked that this be agendized because I wasn't sure exactly what her proposal was going to be, if there was one specifically or not. I don't know that it was, and I can't speak for her. I don't know that her intention was to eliminate pickleball. I think this is a phenomenal sport. Noise is an issue, but I appreciate the comments that were made about the classes. I recently began playing pickleball, and as a novice, newer player, I had a lot of downtime, missing the ball, receiving instruction, trying to remember what the score was. So I just want to impress my view that we need to, as the city manager has said, to expedite the relocation of these courts as soon as possible, because they are noisy. I've been out there and listened, driven around San Gorgonio and listened to the incessant pop, 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 pop. It's loud and it's constant. But I think with these classes, actually, I think during the classes, it probably is quieter than otherwise. So I don't have any motion to make other than receive and file, and I'd make a motion that we receive and file staff report.
So I will say, I'll add just one comment. I think this is a great sport. I think someone said 8 to 80, 8 to 85, whatever. I think that's great. It brings people together. And when I go to the pickleball courts, I remember playing, basketball on, and there was always fights in basketball. I don't see you all fighting. I think it's a great sport. It's a great family event. But with all that being said, we do have to expedite it out of Sanjeet Park. But in no way, shape, fashion, or form would I be in favor of closing down pickleball until we have someplace to put it. And that's, that's what I'm going to say. Additionally, when I see a full park, I see taxpayer dollars being well spent. That's all I have. So do we have a motion?
You made the motion to
Mr.
receive. and
Knobloch,
file.
you had a motion?
I made the motion to receive and file the report.
Second?
All seconds.
Yeah, you second.
And I want to congratulate Steve on taking a step towards better health. Nice work.
I need it. It's a great sport.
City Clerk, it is motion by Knobloch, second by Duncan. Can I have a vote, please?
Aye.
Aye.
4-0, aye from James. Thank you.
Okay, so returning to the regular agenda. Item 9A is adoption of the fiscal year 2022-23 city budget. They walk faster than most people.
Right. San Diego. Marriott. City Clerk, I missed it. Did you call the item?
Yes, 9A, city budget.
Thank you.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council Member. My name is Jake Ron. I'm the Financial Services Officer for the City of San Clemente.
Proceed, please.
Just a brief recap from our May 25th, 2022, but we had the budget workshop and public hearing. We did a budget overview, covered various department budgets and went through highlights in those departments. We covered the CIP program for fiscal year 2023, and then also covered some of the decision packages. Generally, council was supportive of the budget and the included decision packages. So therefore, we're bringing back to you tonight a resolution for the adoption of the budget. It's a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, adopting and approving the budget at a fund level for the City of San Clemente for the fiscal year 2022-23 fiscal year, and the commitment of fund balance. So with that, I'll go ahead and open up for any comments or questions that you might have.
Councilmember Ward.
I have no questions. We had a workshop on this, 2 weeks ago?
We did.
Okay, so I have no comments. Thank you very much for all your work.
Councilmember
and to staff
Knobloch, please.
and city manager.
At our workshop, I made a suggestion that we reduce the general fund balance by $1 million and place a portion of that in toward our additional funds toward our pension reduction. And the comment was made at the time, this is just a workshop. It's not the opportunity to do that. So I'll make that up. I'll make that motion now to take $1 million from the general fund, which is about a 5% amount, because we have about 37 positions that are vacant. I know the argument was made, well, we need a lot of those positions. So I think there's room in there to do that. And so my only recommendation, and I'll make a motion if it's appropriate, unless there are other comments, that we adopt the budget with a reduction of $1 million in the general fund to be allocated toward pension reduction, in addition to our other efforts,
So
which is a
this-
5% reduction just in the general fund.
So this plays into an item we're going to be talking about very shortly, in which the beach parking fund,
That was approved as part of his consent, sir.
oh, that was part,
Yeah, I have the vote right here. We already voted.
oh, we already voted on that. I'm sorry. Okay, got it.
Which is a
I can
which is a
read it.
benefit, and this would be on top of that.
Right.
Okay, so this, your motion is in addition to the one that the council already voted on May 25th. I can read that motion. Yours is different than that one?
I don't know what you're referring to.
By the way, do we have any comments? Okay.
Let me just do it really quick to follow up. We voted to approve reevaluating pension strategies and providing recommendations at the 2023 long-term financial plan with a third quarter budget update to be provided June 2022. Staff is to provide actual or projected numbers for the following items: tax revenue, parking meters, 1% of the annual budget funds, which I believe is almost what you're bringing up now. Salary savings from vacant positions, that's what you are stating now. That's a vote that the council already took. So you're asking for us to vote on it again.
No, I'm asking for a vote at this meeting on this budget that's before us. And that's my motion. That's,
Well, I won't be seconding that motion.
So, city manager, I'm going to look to you. What would that do to your city budget?
Well, as mentioned, that $1 million would in essence freeze many of those vacant positions that are currently vacant that we're in the midst of recruiting for. It would have a negative effect, in my opinion, as it relates to the services that we strive to deliver to the community. Obviously, we are doing more with less currently with those vacancies, but I think it would do a couple of things. And I think what's most important is it would go against the strategic priorities that the council's adopted. One of the things I think it's really important as we talk about these vacancies, as we're looking to recruit, people will take into consideration those frozen positions and choose not to be here or choose to leave here because of the uncertainty of that would be kind of conveyed to staff. And so it would be my recommendation that the 3-2-1 plan, as you approve the BPIF, will complete the 3-2-1 plan in fiscal year 2022-23 with the 115 trust and the $3 million pay down without selling city property. What we've presented in the budget, we already have allocated $2 million for additional pension pay down of that 3-2-1 plan. I think one of the things that the council's already given us direction on in previous LTFPs is when you have savings, pay down pension. And I can tell you, and I know this has been conveyed in multiple reports to the council, that Jake and his team have done a great job of identifying savings that's not a negative impact to the city and using it to pay down unfunded liability in our CalPERS plans. And so that's the step, my position.
Very good, thank you.
So I'd like to make a substitute motion that we adopt resolution number 22-28 entitled a resolution of the
I
city
didn't have
council of
a
the
second.
city.
I didn't
I'm
have a
just gonna
second.
make,
I
I'm
didn't
gonna
have a
make my,
second on-
let
I
me
didn't-
make my motion.
I didn't have, you're making a substitute motion. I didn't get a second on my motion.
Okay, then
So-
I'm gonna make a motion. I said I'll make a motion.
It's a
but-
substitute.
All right, thank you for clarifying that. I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 22-28 entitled a resolution of the city council of the city of San Clemente, California, adopting and approving the budget at the fund level for the city of San Clemente for the 2022-2023 fiscal year and the commitment of fund balance.
Is there a second?
I have something else I was hoping to discuss before we got into. the
Okay,
motion.
please discuss.
Well, we got a letter from the Downtown Business Association. Of course, I'm the council representative there. When this brought up an issue that had come up before about the DBA seeking additional funding to carry out its activities, additional insurance that was required to properly compensate the DBA for the events it's conducting, the event planning and other things. They took a look at how much they were getting and discovered that they were not getting enough to fulfill all of these events, to properly ensure the events. That was part of our discussion where we decided, I believe, to have the city take on the plants, the hanging plants. And so having worked very closely with the DBA and understanding the value and seeing all the awards that the DBA has gotten over the last few years and how important those events are, particularly the car show and the glitz, I wanted to, I will be in support of giving additional funding for the DBA to cover these additional costs and make sure it's properly funded, properly insured, and that we encourage the DBA to continue its efforts to promote local businesses, particularly in the T-zone. As I understand it from our discussions leading up to the meeting, we could do that without disrupting the budget by pulling funds from the council member funds of $18,000 plus that we have. That's already budgeted. We haven't been using that for different things, so there was no plans to use it again this year. The DBA has been funded, I believe, at $34,000. They're asking for $48,000, and I would be in support of. Of using our council member money to provide that supplement to them to make sure that they are able to continue to carry on these events in a very well performed way. But I also would like to hear from my fellow council members if they feel differently and what their perspectives might be.
So I need to ask city manager questions. So currently the DVA is funding the glitz and what else?
The glitz and the car show.
And the car show. Thank you. I was drawing a blank on that one. What is the cost? What is the cost to support those two items with the from the DVA?
So first, to answer your question, the $34,000, since I've been here, it's roughly been about 32 to 34 over the last 9 years. That funding allocation has been predominantly to fund the glitz and the car show. That's really the subsidy that the city provides for them to do so. In addition to that, we, the city, provide police services, public works services, and beach parks and recreation staff costs in that. Roughly, I'm going a little bit on an estimate for car show, the overtime cost is roughly about 30 grand. And glitz, I don't think is as significant as that. And that's just on the OCSD side. So I'm going to give you kind of a ballpark. We're probably talking at least an additional $50,000 to $55,000 a year in city costs on top of the $34,000 subsidy that we provide to the DPA. Again, these are just kind of rough estimates.
But the $34,000 subsidy completely pays for the glitz and the car show.
Correct.
And so what are the additional costs that you're talking about?
Well, I think the main one that was discovered by the DBA, as I understand it, was that the insurance that they carried, and they had insurance, was not enough to properly cover potential claims that might arise from an event that big with that many people.
What was their limits of coverage?
You know, we have Chris Aiken here. He could
Well,
probably answer.
and
the
I'll
details.
interject. We require insurance from all of our permittees. So they were providing the appropriate insurance that the city requires for the event. But as Mayor Pro Tem Duncan indicated, the DBA, saw some weaknesses in their coverage as it relates to claims against them as it related to the event. So I really want to make it, when it was brought up originally, it got me kind of concerned, like, are we not getting the right insurance from them? We are, but this is insurance on their side of the fence that they wanted to, I'll say, reinforce.
Yeah, so I think what it was is they went back to the insurance company and said, and the determination was you're not properly covered, you know, for all of the potentials. We meet the city's coverage. There's no issue from the city's perspective, but there is an issue from your perspective in terms of if there are claims that could arise.
What does our requirement look like?
Hannah Thordall's here, so she can speak to that.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Hannah Thordahl, HR Manager. So all the special events, and Samantha can confirm, it's typically 1 million per occurrence and 2 million in the aggregate. I know over the past 3 years, we were increasing some of those to 2 million per occurrence. That's what they currently are.
Paid at the first dollar, or was there a self-insured retention there?
We ask that any deductible in excess of $5,000 be declared. So the insurer actually, they will carry a deductible, and it's up to us to decide if we're comfortable with that level. So typically they will have some deductible that they're comfortable with.
And yeah, so, well, in addition to that too, they looked at it, there's no money for event planning. Event planning of events of these magnitude is pretty significant. They get it free of charge because there's a member essentially on the DBA that does that work for free. The scope of the activities, I think, have increased over time, and that's been recognized by getting the golden Ole and the silver Ole. So I'm open to discussion about where we can go. But I do think that some number in excess of 34,000 is warranted. Does it need to be 48? I don't know, but when we look at what the presentation from the DBA, I think it does warrant additional funds to properly fund this really important organization for our local businesses, which did step up early in the pandemic.
Yeah, the Delmar corridor, the T area there, it really is one of our jewels, our special locations in town that deserve some special attention. I might be able to support that, Chris, if we had a reduction in the general fund of 5%, and whether we double down on the pension or not, I think 5% would put us in a better financial situation this year and next. And I don't think those 70 or 37 positions are going to be filled anyway. So I could probably support that if we had a little extra, if we had a reduction in general fund.
Well, that was clever, Steve. But again, I'm not talking about any general fund money, right? This is money that's already budgeted for council member spending, which we don't normally do and haven't done in the past. I think it's a larger discussion if we want to start spending that money on different things.
So,
and it's also a few $1,000s is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, we're talking, the total budget is, what's the total budget, city manager?
Roughly about $71 million.
Yeah, exactly. And
You are not going to say what I think you're going to say, are you? Because it's 71 million. Who cares about 14,000?
that's exactly
Okay.
not what I'm going to say.
I was like, I
But
can't take it.
Out of 70+ million, we're sitting here squabbling over a few thousand, taking up a lot of time. My question to you is, so the only additional expense is the increase in insurance?
Well, actually, when they recalculated it, I think it came to $71,000 is what they thought the proper amount of funding would be for all of the different activities. Also, some partial payment of the one employee they have that does the work. They fund most of that person's pay. So they calculated at 71. Then they said, okay, but we'll cover to your earlier point, the DBA does actually raise its own money and support itself. I mean, they started the Shamrock run and that paid for itself. That's the goal. But when they recalculated everything, they determined that they need a little bit more than 34. 34 has just been the number, going back over time. Costs have raised, we have inflation going on. So they determined that they need some amount more than that. And I think increasing it in some moderate amount would be a nice step to make sure that those additional costs are covered. It certainly wouldn't go to all of the costs of what they're bearing, but it would help them get there and continue to.
Now, we're also saving them a considerable amount of money by assuming the watering of the plants,
which was in their funding.
Yeah, if I recall correctly, it was somewhere between a cost of $8,000 to $9,000 a year that the city in our discussions with the DBA said we can do it and take care of it both from a replanting standpoint and a maintenance standpoint going forward.
So they're continuing to water the plant?
No, we will
That's
take
what I
over all responsibility of the pots.
but that was previously, so we're saving them that money.
That
there.
is correct.
Mayor, can I comment?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. This is why we don't bring up things at the last minute when we're voting on a budget. Someone else will bring up another item. Let's cut $1 million
Yeah.
out of the general fund. But this is something, we don't have to do that in this. Staff has it in there, I think, for 34,000.
Currently in the budget before you, there is a $34,000 allocation for the.
Staff
DDA.
is not recommending, have not brought it to us, the charges. What you're asking for is, I believe it's 14,000 more, right?
Yes.
Okay. That can come up later and we can all decide that we want to take that out of our council contingency fund. It doesn't have to be in this budget right now. I don't still have the breakdown. And what I commented before is we don't just give money like that. It has to be based on something and we have to agree.
Right.
But on the contingency fund, there has been years where we have used it and we used to have 100,000.
Right.
And we cut ourselves down to
Right.
help with all the budget to nothing. And I don't know if I'm ready to give that up yet when I haven't even seen what's going to happen this next year, but there is still time. I don't know that I want to pay for a full-time person for the downtown for these two events when a lot of it the city can do cheaper or better in conjunction with them and save some of these costs because $30,000 above cost for the sheriffs for things like that. We give our staff and everything, all the setup, and we do all that. So it's a big amount. I don't think I can support it tonight because I still don't know what it's for, but it's not like it's forever. We can do this another time if they come to us with all that's going on. I'm very concerned that they don't have very many shops, as I only see a couple of restaurants and I see everyone from out of the area that has a business not in the downtown that might want to sell to the downtown is a member. That to me, if we're going to pay for a staff member for that, they have to do double duty and that person has to be where when we have projects and things, they are the representatives for the whole downtown. That's what I thought the DBA was.
So can
It
I,
might have morphed recent, last few
can I
years.
have a motion?
Yeah, I already made the motion for the
Read it
budget.
one more time.
Okay. Adopt resolution number 22-28 entitled Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, adopting and approving the budget at the fund level for the City of San Clemente for the 2022-23 fiscal year and the commitment of the fund balance.
Second, motion by Ward, second by James. May I have a vote, please?
I'd like to make a substitute motion if I could. before we
Cer-
take the
Certainly,
vote.
sorry.
Again, I'm going to make a formal motion and hopefully I'll get a second that we take 5% of our general fund and eliminate that to increase our fiscal situation, whether it's used on our pension reduction or banked for pickleball courts in another location. I think this city will operate just fine with a 5% reduction. I know staff has requested it, but in my mind, I think this city will get along fine with increased positions with that 5% reduction. So, and I think there'll be additional room. And I kind of, disagree with the concept that, we need to do things differently or at a different time. This board sets the policy for what this city spends. This is the time to approve a budget. This is the appropriate time to make the motions that Chris has made and that I've made. So I'd make a substitute motion and see if there's a second.
I'm going to call for the vote.
So I'm going to second that. So motion by Knobloch, second by.
Can I
James.
just make a comment?
I'll call.
When you allow or participate in votes that call for cutting our staff, that is a chilling effect on the entire operations of our city. I think it's unethical to keep doing it. And I would just caution you on seconding something like that, that allows it to continue further.
It's not unethical.
It's not unethical,
It-
my goodness. This
It is
we set
unethical
the
when you
policy
know
for
the
this city.
operations of this city are not at optimum, and that's what the city residents require.
I'll call for the question.
So motion by Knobloch, second by James. Ms. Ward,
I already made, aye. Oh, wait a minute, that's the substitute motion?
Right.
No, absolutely not.
Aye.
aye. The motion fails 2-2.
Thank you.
So
So I call for the vote of the other motion, and I'm an aye.
you have You don't have a second yet on your motion.
I thought yeah, you seconded.
Oh, I second. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Got it. So motion by Ward, second by James.
Aye.
Mr. Noblock?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 4-0.
Next is adoption of the fiscal year 22-23 salary schedules.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Hannah Thordahl, Human Resources Manager. This item is a request to adopt the resolution approving the revised salary schedules and a few staffing changes that are included in fiscal year 22-23 budget. The details on the staffing changes are included in the budget staffing section. There are just a few which result in an increase of one full-time equivalent employee. This resolution will approve revised salary schedules for both full-time benefited and part-time hourly with an effective date of July 1, 22. The benefited salary schedules include the increase of 0.25% to the base wages as was agreed in the memorandum and the MOU with the San Clemente City Employees Association. And that increase is also applied to all the full-time employee groups. So with that, if there are any questions, I'm available for that.
All right. Any discussion? Any comments? Can I have a motion?
I'll move that we adopt resolution number 22-29 entitled a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, adopting revised salary schedules, new classifications, and amending resolutions number 21-44 and any other resolutions in conflict therewith.
Second.
Motion by Duncan, second by Ward. Ms. Ward?
Aye.
Mr. Noblock?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Aye.
Aye. 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is a code amendment relating to bicycle repairs in public.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Adam Atamian, Deputy Community Development Director. The item before you is a city-initiated amendment to the municipal code to regulate bicycle repair in public. The history of this item, going before the Public Safety Committee and coming to the to the City Council is detailed in the report. I do want to cover just a couple items about the ordinance itself. The first is staff has taken the example of the Long Beach ordinance and we've made it a bit more restrictive because you can see some loopholes that we need to plug up here. And then the second one is that I have worked with the Orange County Sheriff's Department staff to ensure that we're going to have cooperative enforcement of this ordinance. And for time's sake, I will make my presentation short and let you know that I am here for any questions.
That's your presentation?
I can continue talking. If
No. You said I will make it short, so I thought there was more to come.
Oh, no, that was it.
I just have one question on the ordinance. This ordinance doesn't negatively impact someone who's riding their bicycle and has a flat tire and has to change the tire on the street. Sounds like that might be a technical violation, but is there specific protection for a normal tire tube repair?
Absolutely. That is not a technical violation of the code. And should there be a situation where somebody actually needs to repair 3 bicycles at a time, there is an exemption as long as they have documentation showing that they own all 3 of those bicycles.
Yeah, I think this ordinance is really necessary. The bike chop shop issue is really significant, and I think we're going to move forward with your ordinance. So I'll either make the motion or second it, depending.
Please make the motion.
Okay, I would move that we introduce ordinance 1732, an ordinance entitled by the City Council of the City of San Clemente, adding chapter 10.54 to Title 10 Vehicles and Traffic of the San Clemente Municipal Code relating to the prohibition on repairs, sales, and storage of bicycles and bicycle parts on the subject property, finding the ordinance not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act.
Second.
So motion by Knobloch, second by Duncan. Ms.
Aye.
Ward. Mr.
Aye.
Knobloch. Aye. Aye. That motion carries 4-0.
Next item relates to staff authority to seize flammable items from open space areas.
Good evening again. Adam Matamian, Deputy Community Development Director. This item is in response to a council request from the last meeting related to potentially amending the code to allow staff to have the authority to remove flammable items from open space areas specifically. In reviewing the code, staff already has this authority. And I will go into some minor detail as far as the extent of that in just a second. But there are two sections of code that already that basically grants city staff the ability to do what's called summary abatement, where we identify an issue that needs to be addressed immediately, and the city goes onto a property, whether it's city-owned or private property, to deal with a public nuisance that is of such a danger or exigent circumstance that it needs to be dealt with immediately. As far as removing flammable items, the discussion with the council was really related to code compliance and park ranger staff. I will be returning to council with more information on this in the future, but ultimately, staff needs a little bit more time to discuss how a procedure or process could be put in place for that to occur. It's important to remember that code compliance and park ranger staff are not certified experts in fire safety. And so we would need to work with the OCFA to identify flammable items and be able to remove those. So I will be returning to discuss that in more detail, but I did want to just let the council know that we already do have this authority pursuant to the code. And that is my presentation, and I have questions.
I think this is an important issue. I'm glad it was brought up. I'm delighted that we already have the mechanism in place. I wasn't aware of that to actually solve this issue. So I would just make a motion, we receive and file the report.
Second.
A couple comments before we proceed. I said this last time. You know, people say we no longer have fire season. We're just in fire season. I think we need to correct that. Yeah, I think we're always in fire season, but we're getting to go into a more intense fire season. And we need protection. We need, Adam, we need your team out there scouring the bushes. And that's, and that's why I made a drone part of this. So you don't have to scour those bushes. We used to have a citizen that would fly a drone over homeless encampments and inform you where they are. That citizen has moved away. It is critical, absolutely critical, that we address this, and we dedicate resources, whether it's your code people or whether it's the park rangers. I am scared to death we're going to have a Laguna Niguel situation, and it just scares the hell out of me. And when you have these people out in our open spaces with propane tanks, with cooking devices, it doesn't take an expert to say this is dangerous. And I want to find those people. I want to get that stuff out of our open space. And it's critical we do that. City manager, I need your absolute commitment that we're going to be stalwart. We're going to be committed to this.
I think your direction is very loud and very strong and very clear. So we will follow that direction as it relates to code enforcement, park rangers, and all staff that are in the field.
Thank you. That's all I have. So there's a motion.
Call for the question.
Aye.
I had the second.
You had the second. So motion by Noblock, second by Duncan. Ms. Ward.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, 4-0. Thank you. And City Manager, I have one more thing. Is OCFA going to come and do a special presentation on Ready, Set, Go?
At the second meeting in June, yes, sir.
Thank you. City Clerk.
The next item relates to the possibility of revising the resolutions that the city council previously adopted concerning the November election to add 2 measures to the ballot, which, if adopted by a majority of the electorate voting at that election, would make the city clerk and city treasurer appointed positions. I did a staff report on this. I heard at the last meeting that there was some discussion about having the ordinance of the people give 2 versions possibly. One that would give the appointment authority if the measure were to pass to the city manager, and another one that would give it to the city council. The government code only allows one option, and that is that the measure go to the public and that they give that authority to the city council. However, if it passes, the council then could adopt an ordinance that would invest that authority in the city manager. So I have before you both of the measures, and it would require a new resolution to call the election, a new resolution for consolidation, and then there are some additional resolutions relating to ballot arguments. It might be easier for you to debate first whether you wish to add these to the ballot, and then I can walk you through the resolutions that you would need to take action on because they're a little confusing.
Do we have any public comments? I
No.
don't think so. Council members, Ms. Ward.
First of all, I appreciate the city clerk saying that because every council, we've always gotten turned around on all these steps, and the city clerk is so good at keeping us to what we have to do for an election. Before we decide this, I just want to talk a little bit about how I think we've gotten here. I think that there's concerns when you hear that you want to take responsibility away from someone and you want to give it to the council. There's also dangers in when you talk about removing things from the city manager and not having staff, a current administrative position that we have in the city clerk's office underneath the city manager, the elected city clerk. It's like a cancer that grows, and the public hears it, the staff hears it, but the city manager and the management also hears it. And we have a city manager form of government. That's how our city was founded. We're what, 6 years away from being 100 years old?
Yes.
6 years, we're gonna be 100 years old. We've had the city manager form of government. We have always had very ethical city managers, and thank God the city councils we picked those. That's the one position that we actually have a say on, other than our contracts. I'm concerned that I keep hearing that. I'm only mentioning it. We're not deciding that tonight. I've always worried of changing this. Why is this being done? And why am I hearing this? Why am I hearing trying to separate it from the city manager, staff positions? And how can we get a good city clerk if we do take it and the people vote for it to come to us? If we separate the position from the city clerk, the administrative, and take it out of that, our city clerk would only be making, I think it's $500 a month, city clerk, $500 a month for these duties. Okay.
That's right.
The city clerk isn't just a position sitting here. It's our person that's in charge of our elections, making sure that we do everything above board. The city clerks that I know within different counties are very highly educated, very, very ethical. They do this job and it's a calling to them. I talked to some of them. I talked to them about are we going to be able to get someone that for just $500 a month, if that person's no longer has a position in the city? They were like, no, you aren't going to get anyone good for that, for $500. Look at what we do it for $400. And we know what that takes. And it's a lot. But the person that's in charge of our elections and can get us sued or not sued, it's a big difference. So I'm having issues with this. I'm more inclined to have, I think we have to do, if we want to have it where this council can appoint it, we have to go to the people. That's all we're trying to decide tonight. Is that it?
Yes, that's the only way it could change.
Okay.
So right
And-
now, people elect directly.
Right.
This is about whether we ask the people, do they want to continue to elect directly, or would they like council to appoint?
No, I agree.
If I-
And
if
so
I-
there would be, I'm not done, I'm almost done. So there would be implications to that, but we're also deciding the city treasurer. And we've always been really lucky where we've had people, very responsible people take that on.
Well, actually,
So-
we're not deciding that. I brought this matter up and quite frankly, the agenda materials don't represent anything that I recall our discussion about. I asked that we agendize a policy decision to avoid a very clear conflict that exists, a potential conflict that exists where an elected official is employed by the city manager at a substantial income. We've had, in the recent history, we've had a city treasurer who's elected by the public. We've had a city clerk elected by the public, who is paid position by the city manager. That is an inherent conflict because the loyalty is to the citizens of San Clemente or to the man who pays the paycheck or the gal who pays the paycheck. I agendized that issue. The mayor suggested that he could support that, talking about that issue, if we also talked about the possibility of potentially having an election to decide what we're going to do. I was surprised when this came back with multiple ordinances, multiple resolutions, giving every variation of possibility. I didn't think we were going to do anything like was on the agenda tonight. I thought we were going to discuss the conflict, the potential conflict, and whether we need a policy. And I'm in favor of a policy that says no elected official, city clerk, city treasurer, city council member should be employed by the city manager. And that's my recommendation. That's what I want to
And
discuss this
Mayor,
evening.
can we have that clarified? Because that's what we have agendized. If that's not what we asked for, I thought we did ask that we would consider putting it on the ballot.
The mayor asked for
And that's-
consideration of what we would do. I thought we were going to discuss what we were going to do to give staff direction. And what we got back is a report.
This is the problem.
As though these options were requested. And
This is the problem when someone just talks multiple times, is our staff cannot tell clearly what the motion is or what we're asking for, because there's too much discussion and
So-
too many times something gets stated
So-
more than once.
Here's where I'm coming from. We've been blessed. We've been very fortunate to have a city clerk who's extremely competent. And unfortunately, the electorate has recognized that as well. However, I do agree with Councilmember Noblock in the fact that it's a little awkward having an elected position, elected official reporting in another position as an employee to the city and a subordinate of the city manager. It's awkward.
On that point, can we clarify it?
You're just talking about interruption.
No, I
and
asked if
multiple
we could
discussions.
clarify that point because you get so far flung, then
not done
we can't clarify that.
What do you want me to clarify?
What you just said, I'd like to clarify with the city clerk if that is actually an issue. You said it seems like that. We are hearing from Council Noblock repeatedly that it is a problem. I think
I
it
don't
is
think-
not a problem.
Okay, so let me clarify. I don't think in the current scenario, it's a problem. But it's a perception, it's a problem of perception.
Exactly.
It's not in my view, not a problem of reality, but it is a problem of perception. And the other thing I'm thinking as it relates to an elected city clerk is this. Not one of us can close down the city. City clerk has a hell of a lot more power than any of us has. And if we, you know, if the wrong person with an agenda could get elected to city clerk,
Absolutely.
we would be in harm's way. What I want, this is what I can agree to tonight. I think we should look at this position, give it to the voters, and I think we, the council, I would not give the authority to the city manager. I think that the city council should keep that authority. We appoint the city clerk, and that city clerk is an employee of the city.
If that's a motion, I'll second it for discussion. I'll
Motion
second
by,
that.
motion by James, second by Ward.
Let me ask a question under the general rubric of potential conflicts. Let me ask Councilmember Ward, would you have a problem if the city manager wanted to hire Chris or me to be his legislative consultant?
We don't have a legislative consultant.
Employ us at $150,000
So-
a year. Would that be a potential conflict?
While
too?
you're a city council member, yes, but there has been in the
As an
history,
elected official of the
in the
city, yes.
history, there has been people that have gotten off council and gone to be the city treasurer. I don't know what year it was, but it has happened and they serve admirably, but they separated themselves from that.
You're not answering the
However,
question.
His question is different.
no, he asked me if he cared if
Would-
someone from
would it be
city
a
council
would
got
it
a
be a
job.
conflict that concerns you?
I'm telling you that it has never been an issue. The city clerk, I would ask her if the city managers ever tried to influence her. Let's just get that asked because I think you are looking for a solution in search of a problem. I really do.
Councilmember Ward.
What you're
we
trying to
we
do.
could ask that question. I don't think it's really germane to this.
No, I would
this
agree. That's why I
conversation.
seconded your motion.
And I'm looking at going into the future. I'm
Okay.
looking at post Joanne Bate is what.
And that's why I seconded your motion.
Right, and I think to the point, Steve raised a good point. There is minimum awkwardness, perhaps the perception of some kind of a conflict when you have an elected official also employed.
So let the city council in the future
Let Chris
decide.
finish
that.
I'm not arguing. I think I would like to see it appointed because I think that resolves the conflict.
Okay.
But if that's not what the voters want, then I think we
we
have
gotta
to go back
regroup.
and look at what Steve's talking about. And if you're elected, you can't also be working the city council potential or for the city potentially because you're going to be in this awkward position, which we've lucked out so far and not had an issue.
So I'm
with,
gonna
but it
call
could- So I would be in favor of the motion
Okay,
because I think
let's
that
move
the
on.
cleanest way to resolve.
So we
the
have
conflict-
a motion. We have a second.
Under discussion,
Yes.
if I could, would you, and I support the motion, but would it not be appropriate to adopt a simple policy pending the results of an election, to have a policy to say that elected officials in the city shouldn't be employed as under the city manager or anyone else by the council or anyone else as a, if we hired an elected official, you'd have the same conflict. They'd be beholden to us as opposed to the tax. So would it be inappropriate to have the policy with your motion?
Well, my motion would have that appointed official.
For the next council.
Which would be the next council.
And that's where it resides.
Would be an election to determine that?
Yes.
Okay, in the meantime, would you object to, would my colleagues object to a policy that simply said no elected officials should be appointed by city manager?
I think that throws the baby out with the bathwater right
Yeah.
now, because I don't think we have a good plan to go forward. I totally understand what you're saying, but if we pass that today, you know, I would rather hold off and see what the voters say in November.
So I call for the question.
Okay, so motion,
wait, I think we may have to read.
Yeah, we have a
Well,
lot
we
of fun
can,
here.
we can
This
take a
is-
straw vote on that.
Yeah,
and
you
then
could do
move
it as a
forward.
straw vote, but then we'll have the enabling resolutions need to follow. And there's a lot.
Does the clerk call for straw vote or is that the chairman's prerogative?
You know, I think the
Is
clerk
that the
usually,
mayor's
she
prerogative,
just
is what I mean.
tries to get, she usually does it.
so
I just, if I could, Mayor, I think what we're trying to clarify is your motion included passing the first two resos. So that's what Joanne's asking you, if you're taking your colleague's temperature on those, or if you mean to
I'm
enact
calling
them.
for a vote.
Okay, so I think the motion is to pass the first two resos. calling the election and asking the county to conduct it consolidated.
So you will need to read those
Yep.
titles.
So I'm making a motion on resolution calling for the election. Attachment 1, adopt resolution 22-18 entitled a revised resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, calling for the holding of a general municipal election to be held on Tuesday, November 8th, 2020, for the election of certain officers as required by the provisions of the laws of the state of California relating to general law cities, and for the submission of voters for measures relating to 1, transitioning the city treasurer to an appointed position, and 2, transitioning the clerk to an appointed position, and repealing resolution 22-13. Do we vote on these individually, or can
And do
we,
number 2.
or can we do number 2 as well?
Let's do them separately.
I think that's
Yeah.
cleaner.
Okay.
So motion.
Second,
Yeah.
you read it. Aye.
To that motion, my concern is that my position is independence of elected city treasurer and the independence of elected city clerk. Independence means, as we've had for 100 years, where they've been elected independently, but not employed by the city manager. So I'm not in favor of the city council appointing a clerk. I think the city clerk should be elected and should be independent and not be under the employ of anyone but the citizens. So for that reason, I'm going to vote no.
So I think, if I hear you right, that's the only way we can do it according to the code. And then if the voters approve it, we can give that authority to the city manager.
It's the only way. It's the only way forward, Steve. This is how we have to do it because we have an ordinance. We have to
State law.
repeal it.
But I think what Councilmember Noblock is saying is that he wants it to stay elected. So maybe not put it on the ballot. Did I hear you right?
You're summarizing my comments kind of correctly.
Kind of, okay.
But I voted no. And the reason why is because we have to have an independent clerk and an independent treasurer that's not hired by the manager or hired or appointed by the council. We can change that by policy. We don't need an ordinance change to establish a policy. Is that right, Mr. City Attorney?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so we don't need
Assuming
to
that-
change an ordinance. We could have a simple policy to accomplish that. So to go to the voters is an expense to the voters. And I don't know that I could support it. If we had a choice, perhaps, but I'm.
Well, I can support it. I can support it because I think it is cognizant of the conflicts. I think it's the better way to go. It's the cleaner way to go to ensure we get professional, consistent clerks and treasurers.
And I'm a yes. So 3-1 with Mr. Noblock voting no. So my second motion is adopt resolution 22-19 entitled the revised resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, requesting the Board of Supervisors of the County of Orange to consolidate a general municipal election to be held on November the 8th, 2022, with the general election to be held on that date pursuant to section 10403 of the Elections Code and repealing resolution number 22-14.
I'm seconding it.
Okay.
You're seconding?
Aye.
So motion by James, second by Duncan. Ms. Ward.
Aye.
For the same rationales before, I vote no.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. 3-1 with Mr. Noblock voting no.
Okay. Now, council, if you wish, can write an argument in favor of the, first we'll do city treasurer. If you want, you can write an argument that would be printed in the voter information guide. To avoid any Brown Act issues, if you want to do that, I would recommend that you appoint a subcommittee of 1 or 2 people that could then sign it on behalf of the city council.
And is a minority opinion allowed in that?
It's
Like,
on
could
behalf of
Mr.
this.
Knobloch write a minority opinion?
No,
on that?
I don't plan on writing a minority opinion. I'll pass on that.
Okay,
Thank
I
you,
just
thank
wanted
you
to-
for the suggestion. It's just, I just would prefer the independence. I don't know that I want to be an advocate one way or the other. on
Okay.
that, But
All right,
thanks for
very
the
good.
offer.
Okay, well, if you take formal action by adopting a resolution and appointing your subcommittee, then it's guaranteed that that argument will be in the elections code, because the election code says that any argument submitted to me, there's a certain hierarchy of which I accept. And the number one is if council writes one that was authorized by the body, that's the one I select. Otherwise, it goes down to a bona fide association of people, citizens, it goes right down. But so if you want that privilege, you would need to adopt the resolution, the next resolution, and appoint your members who will be writing the argument and submitting it to me on behalf of the full city council.
So we'll have to have two votes, one vote on the optional resolution, and then we'll have another vote of appointment of a subcommittee. Would that be correct?
No, they're all one because that subcommittee will be in the resolution.
So do we have to name them now?
Yes. And also the council has always done this in the past, but you do have an option whether you want the city attorney to write an impartial analysis that would also be printed in the voter information guide.
In addition to the pro argument?
Yes, the city attorney will be writing the one that's impartial. The council would write the one in support, and then other people could submit to me an argument in the opposition.
Okay, Ms. Ward, you have something to say?
So I've written arguments before. I wouldn't mind serving on that.
I was going to put your name on there.
Okay.
You and
I've-
Mr. Duncan.
That's fine.
Okay, I've done it before, but the issue is if we do this, then we're allowing, there's a rebuttal automatically, right? Or it's
Not
optional?
automatically. Rebuttals are actually, we'll get to that.
Okay.
Council in the past has allowed rebuttals, but rebuttals are optional. Direct arguments are required,
Okay,
but you don't have to do one.
Okay.
Okay,
okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
so do you wish to do a direct argument? And if so, do you want the city attorney to write an impartial analysis that I could direct you to the correct resolution?
I think yes and yes.
Okay, then resolution 3A. Would you like for me to read the title? Would that be easier?
3A,
I see it. It's on page
Yeah.
10
I know, it's confusing.
or page 3.
13.
13.
Page
13? Oh, I'm only on.
3A.
Resolution setting argument policies and authorizing an impartial analysis.
We can
3A.
do that.
Number 3 is measured to transition city treasurer. So based on what you told me, you're looking at resolution 3A, which is resolution number 2220, entitled a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, setting deadlines and priorities for filing written arguments regarding a city measure transitioning the city treasurer to an appointed position to be submitted to city voters at a general municipal election to be held on November 8th, 2022, and directing the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis with the direction that the resolution indicate that council members Ward and Duncan will sign the direct argument on behalf of the city council.
So moved.
Second.
So motion by Ward, second by Duncan. Ms. Ward,
Aye.
No.
aye. 3-1 with Mr. Knobloch voting no. Are we done with this one?
No.
No.
Well,
Then
next
there's a question
position.
of rebuttals, right?
Moving
Oh,
on. Okay. So this is where you decide whether you want to allow rebuttals.
So by state law, we have the option.
You do have the option.
It just doesn't feel right.
I can tell you it's
Allow
been,
rebuttal? Who are
it's
the-
been
who disallows
abused.
rebuttal?
It's
Not-
been
right.
abused by,
But how do the rebuttals appear in the?
In the
election?
voter information guide, a rebuttal will follow the direct argument that it seeks to rebut.
you know, this is a council. initiated thing, the city attorney is going to be given an impartial analysis of what it means if they vote for this and what we currently have and what is changing. I don't know that there should be a rebuttal in this.
The problem is, will the perception be that the city attorney's analysis is impartial?
It legally has to be.
That's not what's rebutted, though.
It's
A
what
a
we say.
rebuttal does not rebut the city attorney's impartial analysis. It gives the other side an option to respond to your direct arguments.
I'm sorry, I misstated that, but I think we should give the public the opportunity to rebut this.
You can't prevent that. I mean, you can't prevent it, right?
Yeah,
It
we can.
it is optional, but I've never known of it to be
Yeah,
done.
I agree with you, Mr. Mayor. You gotta have if anyone wants to argue against it, they have the right to argue.
Can I
against
ask one question?
Yes.
City attorney, is it ethical for a city council member to write a rebuttal to a council member initiated ballot measure? Have you, have,
Yeah,
that happened
that is permitted. It's odd for the member to be in the majority's argument and then oppose that argument. But anybody's able to sign up individually on either tier.
so I would say that's the one issue
Okay,
of having the rebuttal.
I'm going to make a motion that resolution 22-21 entitled Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente providing for the filing of rebuttal arguments for or against a city measure transitioning the city treasurer to an appointed position to be submitted to the city voters at a general municipal election to be held on November 8th, 2022. If the resolution is adopted, the California Elections Code authorizes the person or majority who signed the direct argument to also sign and submit an argument. The rebuttal argument would be signed in the same fashion as the direct argument, i.e. include the names and titles of council subcommittee members, followed by the words on behalf of the city council if the council files a rebuttal. In lieu of submitting a rebuttal argument, the California Election Code also allows the person or majority of the persons who signed the direct argument to submit to the city clerk the names of a maximum of 5 other persons who are authorized to submit or sign the rebuttal argument. Now, with that being said, that just talked about the city clerk. So we're gonna have to do this again.
That was about the treasurer.
I mean, excuse me, that was just the city
Yeah, we have
treasurer.
to
It
do
did
it.
not include the city clerk.
Right.
Um,
City
uh,
treasurer, the city clerk is coming up.
All right,
City
I'm
clerk, okay.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Move things along. Get the vote.
I'm reading just one second. I just want to make sure I got that right. Ms. Ward.
Aye.
No vote.
And to clarify the motion, this allows for the rebuttal argument.
Yes.
Yes, I'll vote yes.
Aye. 4-0.
Okay.
Now,
Now we're moving on to the city clerk and the same set of resolutions.
If we wanted-
First, if you wanted to match city treasurer, where the city attorney will write an impartial analysis. Then the next question becomes, do you want the same people, council members Ward and Duncan writing the arguments, or you want different council members writing
no,
the
Ward,
direct?
Ward and Duncan.
So is that 4A?
4A.
That would be
You
4A.
wanna
I'll
that?
read it.
Do we
Thank
need to
you.
read these again?
Yeah.
Resolution number 22-22 entitled A Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, setting deadlines and priorities for filing written arguments regarding a city measure transitioning the city clerk to an appointed position to be submitted to city voters at a general municipal election to be held on November 8th, 2022, and directing the city attorney to prepare an impartial analysis.
With the insertion of,
Yes, with the assertion of Ward and Duncan to be the subcommittee submitting
the direct argument on
The
behalf
direct
of the
argument.
city council.
Thank you.
Second.
Ms. Ward.
Aye.
No.
Aye. 3-1, Mr. No Block voting no.
Okay.
And then
3C.
Now rebuttals.
That's 3C, is that correct?
Correct. 4C.
Oh, so, I'm sorry.
You
Do
gonna
you have
read
it,
it?
Chris, or I can
Yeah,
read
I'll
it?
read it.
Go ahead.
Okay. If desired, adopt, no, I'm sorry. Break that. Adopt resolution number 22-23 entitled "A Resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, providing for the filing of rebuttal arguments for or against the city measure transitioning the city clerk to an appointed position to be submitted to city voters at a general municipal election to be held on November 8th, 2022. If the above resolution is adopted, the California Election Code authorizes the person or majority of the persons who signed the direct argument to also sign and submit a rebuttal argument. The rebuttal argument would be signed in the same fashion as the direct argument, i.e. including the names and titles of the council subcommittee members, followed by the words "on behalf of the city council," if the city council files a rebuttal. In lieu of submitting a rebuttal argument, the California Election Code also allows the person or majority of the persons who signed the direct argument to submit to the city clerk the names of a maximum of 5 other persons who are authorized to prepare, submit, or sign the rebuttal argument.
Ms. Ward.
Is this, do we need a second?
Yeah.
We do need a
Second?
Thank you.
I vote aye.
Motion by Duncan, second by Ward. Ms.
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 4-0.
Okay, and then I move that we approve a supplemental appropriation of $17,000 to election costs account number 001-133-44501-000-00000.
Second. Motion by Duncan, second by James. Ms. Ward.
Aye.
No.
No.
Aye.
Aye. 3-1, Mr. Noblock voting no.
Okay. And I would just like to announce for both council and the public that I will be posting a notice inviting the arguments. I have to have this translated into Spanish, so it will probably be posted by late next week or early the following week. So if anyone wants to do an argument, they could find it online. If they go into the general election, it'll be posted on our city bulletin board, or they can call the city clerk's office and we'd be happy to send it to them. But there are time restrictions, so if they're interested in writing something, watch for it quickly because I'll have the dates established as to when the direct arguments are due to me.
And the ordinances are being applied and will be approved in due course in time for the November election. Is that correct?
What ordinance?
The resolutions we just passed, I guess they're for a ballot, calling for a ballot.
Yeah, those are effective immediately and I'll be,
Scheduling wise, the November election is not a problem time wise.
no, in fact, when you asked why all this was done, it was because council indicated they may be interested in doing that. I took the liberty of writing everything because we are nearing a deadline.
So the answer is yes. This will make the November election comfortable.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, is there a need to do F and G? Can that be moved to the next city council meeting?
I was just looking.
Well, G would be quick.
G would be quick. I'm willing to move F
F?
to.
It's not going to, just the city clerk, that's not going to affect any campaigns, right?
Well, if you were to adopt an urgency ordinance, it would go into effect now because the election is starting in
true.
earnest.
And so
Which
it's
is-
only 9:30.
Well, let me ask
But
this.
we've been here since 5.
When is it that that committees can be formed for the city?
We have committees now.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
Sign
this
up
ordinance could
times.
not affect, any contributions they already have, but it
So
could, it would go into
Sign
effect.
up time for candidates is when? July, mid-July to August? or-
Oh, do you have that date? Is it, I think it's July 18th to August 12th is the
So-
normal.
Mayor, if this is time sensitive, I'll be happy to read a motion on it.
Well,
I mean, we've all done our
I-
due diligence and studied this.
I want to make a couple things clear and understand 2 things. So part of the ordinance was actually posting a summary of Form 460s. Tell me how that's going to work.
We actually have a meeting tomorrow with the city clerk's office and the IT team to cover 2 things. One is to create access on the homepage for the 460 forms. But then the other component to our efforts based on the council direction was to create a more searchable website. So one of the things that we'll be requiring all city documents uploaded to be completely OCR so that every text on that document will be searchable via the search box.
Even if it's handwritten?
Ooh, that's a good question.
There's not a requirement.
I would, I'm going to ask Brian Brower if he would know the answer to that.
There's some details here we have to be aware of before we move forward.
And if, when you're referring to the handwritten, are you referring to the 460 forms?
Yeah, the 460.
So those will have a link on the homepage to go to the page to see the 460. So it'll be, it won't necessarily need to be searched because there'll be a button on the homepage to get to that.
But my discussion 2 weeks ago was it needs to be searchable by name, by contributor, by amount, by date. And I think just getting a link to that 460 doesn't quite
Understood.
meet my expectations.
Understood.
So if you're not prepared this evening, you know, we can punt this. I really don't want to, but I need to figure, you know, before
We'll be back in 2 weeks.
we'll be back in 2 weeks. Mr. Brower.
In response to the question about being able to make handwritten language searchable, it does present a challenge. I think there are some things we could do for select items, like names and keywords. We could intelligently look at that and come up with a strategy. We need some time to do it.
I want to get this right.
Understood.
You know, and you didn't answer my question, I don't think, in regards to posting this in public notices in the newspaper.
That's something that we also can completely agree upon and that we would do as part of the public noticing process, that we would notice to the public via an adjudicated paper all of the candidates' forms, and there would be links in that noticing to go to see all of those documents.
Yeah, but when you're looking at paper, there's no such thing as a link. I mean,
No, but we would have a web address and we would probably do some summation so that that you could go to it. Keep in mind that the San Clemente Times, for instance, is an adjudicated. It's also an online publication. So if you're looking at it online, you'd be able to get to the link.
I just, you know, this is a big move. And the reason why it's a big move is you're going to have PACs. They're still going, under Citizens United, they're still going to have unlimited dollars. And so I really want to get this right, particularly as it relates to the posting of donors and how much they're contributing. And so that's my concern. I just want to get it right.
I have a question for the city attorney or the city clerk. Can the city make the 460 form be filled out electronically rather than manually?
No, I think we're bound by the state parameters on that.
So
I'll second your motion to post this item for the next election or the next next meeting.
You know, I wonder about that, Jane. You know, we can do other things besides the searchable. The searchable is going to be a really hard thing because there's going to be handwritten ones. A lot of these candidates are just not going to. I think if we increase the visibility, this is a city council race. There's not going to be thousands of donors. So it just being able to find it easily and scroll through is probably enough.
So let's keep in mind, we got a D- from concerned citizens. Now, I don't know who concerned citizens are, but when you look at who got A's, I think they appointed.
But they were wrong on some things too.
Yeah, you post a grade if you decide what the correct answer is in advance. And then if you don't meet the correct answer, you get a D. So we may or may not have a correct answer. I know.
And by the way, if you go on the Secretary of State's website, she gets an F. You know, it's that bad.
Yeah, this information can be dug out, but you have to go to a number of clicks, and it'd be nice to have a simple, here's the campaign information, here it all is, here's your candidate, here's all the data. So
is it okay if I work with you over the next 2 weeks on?
Yeah, actually, we have a meeting tomorrow. So if you want to come and listen to what we're going to discuss as it relates to that, no problem.
Yeah, I would love to.
And one final point is, and this will be up for discussion. I think 500 is maybe a little low. I
It might
think so I would be more comfortable with 1,000, but we can talk about that one.
And then the other thing that needs to be put in there is a CPI adjustment. So consumer price, if inflation is 3%, over 2 years, we need that 3% increase. Just like the increase we should have with our council member pay.
Yay, yay, hey. So one, yeah, get this guy out of here, troublemaker. I'm not, and one question I had, which I'm not sure if you want to answer now, but can we set different contribution limits for PACs versus individuals? Is there,
Well,
for contributions to a candidate,
to the
not
control.
independent expenditures. Independent expenditures is unlimited. There's no restriction that's Citizens United. They file their own reports, right? So people will be able to see those reports, not on the candidates' reports, but their own reports. Can we do can you set different limits for individuals versus?
I'll have that answer for you
Okay.
next time, because
All right.
you asked me also about corporations versus individuals, which I think that's got to be the same, but I'll have the answer for those two questions and bracket language, so you can deal with it accordingly. when you
In
get
my
back
simple
together.
non-attorney mind, I read that you can control whatever goes into a committee controlled by a candidate. You cannot control independent expenditures.
You can control, but can you control to the micro limit of saying individuals this,
Versus PACs
corporations
versus
this, PACs
corporations.
this?
Yeah.
That's the question. I don't think
So
we're quite.
we need that as well.
I'll have it for you. Yeah.
I want this ordinance to be perfect. This is elections, and we just can't come back on November the 9th and say, oh, we screwed this one up.
So is that a motion?
Motion
No,
to-
the motion is by Mr. Noblock.
No,
and
I was seconding your
Yeah,
suggestion.
You moved to table it. He seconded, so yeah.
All
So
right. Aye.
Noblock?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Now, when
Thank you, Brian.
when I come back with the revised ordinance, do you want it for $1,000? Is that what I'm hearing instead of
let's have
$500?
the option.
No, I didn't think we were talking, we were like actually discussing
let's
details right
No,
now.
it's not. We
It's
can-
9,
Just so I'll just research.
When the
can
item
do
comes
that from
back,
the
you can
dais.
determine that amount at that time with the
Right.
ordinance.
We'll have bracket language on all these
Exactly.
variables.
Okay, thank you. I think we still have a closed session item that we moved to new business.
I thought we postponed that do we put on new business or did we postpone it?
No, we put in new business.
That's right. We never.
Now, we
never
do
got-
on G. Were you going to continue that?
let's do
Because I have a
G really
card.
quick.
Okay,
I have a speaker card on G, the mask notice. Do you want to hear that?
Yeah, let's dispense with that.
I'll make it really fast. As a Republican, I find mask signs at this point in a post-pandemic San Clemente as a political narrative. And I don't think they have a place in a forum like this. I see that sign at this point the same way I would see a Black Lives Matter sign or many other political opinions. I do think it's the role of government periodically to inform its citizenry. And we did earlier today when we were talking about water conservation. We have a drought. We do not have a water shortage, but we do have a drought. And it's good to inform citizens at that point. Government did have a role to play initially in this pandemic. We didn't know what was going on. It was a scary thing. But we're in a post-pandemic world now. So maybe it's time to move that sign away. It's glaring right at me. It was a difficult time for my kids. They had to play soccer wearing stupid masks outside in parks. It was ridiculous. It was a difficult time. Let's move on. And let's move what has become a political opinion, at least in my opinion, and get rid of those mask signs. Thank you.
thank you, sir.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Of staff, what is the recommendation from the county and health officer?
So I'm going to speak to three different levels of authority: national, state, and county. Up until, well, I should say state and county have dropped all guidelines as it relates to the mask mandates. The county and the state still strongly recommend the use of masks, but they don't require or mandate the use of masks. Up until recently, the national or the federal side, OSHA, had not aligned with the state and the county. We learned that the revision was effective May 6th by Cal OSHA. It's called COVID-19 Prevention Emergency Temporary Standards. So on May 6th, OSHA aligned their guidance to match county and state guidance. So what the OSHA reflects is employers must continue to provide face covering to employees that request them. Employers shall not prevent employees from wearing one when they are not required. And 3, employers shall implement measures to communicate to non-employees the face covering requirements on their premises, which implies signage. Up until this point, we didn't have all 3 aligned. Now with the 3 aligned, there is no requirements for masks, only basically notification to the public if you implement a mask protocol, that you let the public know as they're coming in, what are those protocols. So with that said, based on the revision with Cal OSHA on May 6th, staff, I would recommend that our signage be removed until such time that anything changes within those 3 categories.
Okay, so that to me is something that's automatic. Once we do all that, that's the city manager's prerogative to do. I know it's agendized. There's no staff report. The city manager said he's already recommending they come down. So that should just happen without a vote of us. And the comment about Republican or Democrat or anything like that, we are nonpartisan
So,
city council, and we don't make decisions on any party. We
So-
make them on.
I brought this motion up, asked that this be heard, and I'd make a motion that we instruct the city manager, if he hasn't already, to remove all
Second.
mask signs on all city buildings.
second, Ms. Ward.
No,
Yes.
I mean, I really.
he's already going to do it without
I-
us voting on it.
I really agree that this, I have no problem with removing the signs. I really agree. And I'm going to be very particular about this. We've got to let the city manager do the city manager's job and stop getting into the city manager's business. That was part of our strategic thing. So I'm going to vote no. This is the city manager's purview.
Okay, I'll
So-
move that we re-agendize this for the following meeting when we have a full council.
It doesn't need to be. The signs will be gone before the next meeting.
Well, no.
So
It's a waste of
I
everyone's
haven't
time.
voted yet. All right,
You're doing something that doesn't need to be done.
so motion fails 2-2 with
Oh, let me ask,
Ward
may I ask the
and
city
Duncan
manager?
voting no.
Thank you. May I ask the city manager a question?
Certainly.
Eric, when will these signs be removed under your direction?
When?
When?
By the end of the week.
Okay, this is Tuesday. Does it take 3 days to remove the signs?
We have a lot of facilities, and so I have a
Okay.
department head meeting tomorrow, and I'll
So
be
the word will go
communicating
out tomorrow.
appropriately. Yes, that's correct.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so we still have an item that we moved from closed
Yep.
session into general session.
This is real
And we
property
don't have an agenda
negotiations.
report or anything because it's,
Oh, thank you.
so I'll start off. This is the renewal of the lease for FAM. And here's where I come down on this FAM lease. They say that they have outgrown the facility and they need a new facility. Well, they knew 2 years ago that they needed a new facility and they haven't done anything. Or that I shouldn't say that. I haven't seen any results of anything they've done. I agree, we moved this from 2 weeks ago to this week when they assured me that they were going to provide a synopsis of what they accomplished and what they're doing. As far as I know, that synopsis has never come to anyone here. Let's keep in mind that they get this past year, they received $67,000 from the city on community development block grants. 67,000. That exceeds any other city. They received about $80,000 in discounted lease. payments over a year. Additionally, they received, I don't know what year it was, the city manager is going to have to tell me what year it was, but a few years ago, from the San Clemente Development Agency, they received an interest-free loan of $2.5 million. That loan is forgiven at a rate of $50,000 a year. So it's an interest-free loan that is forgiven at $50,000 a year. So if you add all that up, that's roughly $200,000 a year they are receiving from the San Clemente taxpayer, while they're conducting operations across nearly half the county, if not more than half the county. It's the reason why they've outgrown their current facility. If you look at what the rate of lease should be based on their square footage, which is just short of $10,000, it should be around $14,500 a month, and they're getting it for $6,500 a month. These are round numbers. I don't know what the exact number is. And so I have concerns. It would also be my position that we sell this location at some point in time, not lease it. I think we want to lease dirt, but I don't think we want to become landlords of structures and deal with landlord issues of tenant improvements and plumbing and roof issues. I don't think government's a good landlord. With that being said, the dirt we have that we own, we should lease that someday. So that's where I am. That is what has brought me here to say, no, FAM needs to find someplace else to go. And I'll add one other thing. I just used data, but now I'll talk about something anecdotal. Recently, a community member came to me and said, in Marblehead, and said, I've got a homeless guy living on the other side of my wall. And then I learned from other community members that this guy looks over the wall, and it's on a path that goes to Marblehead School, and this is where this guy's made his living. And why does he live there? Because it's walking distance to FAM, and he goes there every day to get fed, and they give him food. This is not love, this is enabling. So as much good work as FAM does, and I won't deny the good work they do, the fact is they're doing programming over more than half the county, and our taxpayers are paying $200,000 a year to underwrite this program. So this is, I don't think it's unreasonable. It's a year out before the lease is up. To put them on notice today, absolutely, positively, we're going to either sell this building or we want market rate. Now, certainly, if FAM were to come back and offer market rate, they can have it. But they haven't done so. As a matter of fact, when this $6,500 that they currently pay, they came and offered us a 6% increase. Personally, that's not bargaining in good faith. So that's where I am in regards to FAM, and that's why I agendized this. This is why I have pushed this. And with that, Ms. Ward.
Well, I'm disappointed that we didn't get any comment or anything back from them when we asked specifically for that. This isn't anything new. When I was on the council before and we extended this lease for this time period that they have, we heard the same thing. We need another building and this one's not big enough. So we said, okay, we'll renew the lease for, I think it was 5 years. It's 5 years we renewed the lease. They've had this time to do it. I gave them already 5 years. I'm not in a position that I want to do that anymore. I think they need to actually look for something else. I think they're not going to find it. And I think they're going to be wanting to lease our building. my caveat would be, I no longer want, because they are in all these other cities, I feel they should be going to the other cities and having the cities raise their amount that they pay so that the San Clemente residents are not subsidizing them for the other cities. And I think they could easily do that. And all the other cities, so that their housing element passes, they would probably gladly pay the difference in the costs. And if they would do that for all the cities they serve and that credit for their housing element, having FAM, they could pay us market rate. And I think it's time to do that. And I'm not going to want to renew the lease any longer than it is.
So the one thing that I missed, and I think it makes San Clemente a magnet for additional homeless people because they can go there and get food. The other thing is I'm concerned about the food they hand out and food that is cooked in the open spaces.
It's health department.
Yeah, so there's a concern there. Mr. Noblock.
Well, my default position is that we want to help people that are helping people. The city has a policy, a historical policy of largesse to nonprofits that are doing a good job. For years, we provided the Chamber of Commerce with basically a rent-free building on Camino Real, which the prior city council eliminated.
Got rid of.
And one thing that does concern me and I wasn't aware of is the amount of services they provide to other cities. I thought they were exclusively San Clemente. That
That's why we
concerns me.
did it.
That's a little bit of a concern for me. So I'd like to see a little more detail on that. And I didn't see a report on that. We didn't have a staff report. That's just general discussion.
Right.
I'd like to see, and I wasn't aware of the numbers that you cited on the loan and so forth. I'd like to have a staff report where we can crystallize, where I can understand exactly what we've done for this group, because a lot of the information you just shared is new to me. So I'm concerned, but I'd like a staff report with a lot more details so that we can decide whether to increase that rent or to sell the building or do whatever.
And city manager, I used round numbers. My round numbers are pretty close, are they not?
That's correct, sir.
The $2.5 million loan really concerns me. Mr. Duncan.
Well, I mean, I have a slightly different take. I see FAM as actually really good for San Clemente. It gives us a very good reputation. It's very reputable across the county as one of the organizations that actually does the best work. They don't just hand out food. You have to participate in their program, which is the model that everybody should be using and not just doing handouts and free stuff. That's not going to move the needle. You got to get people into services or they'll never get over their challenges. And I participated where people had to get in, they stop. They don't just give you food. You got to sit down with a counselor every single time. Now, does somebody wash out and not follow through? Perhaps, but a lot of people do. They also run that incredible family shelter, which is another good look for San Clemente. So I think that them actually does make the city look great, even though, and maybe because of providing services beyond just the city. So I'm a supporter of FAM. My understanding is they understand that they're not going to be in that building long term. That it's a year extension essentially to figure something else out. And so what I would be supportive of is giving them a break for that year. They know they're not going to get beyond the year, right? I mean and so, but not gouging them for that year, letting them have that moderate 6% raise just to get them through that time period so that they can make that transition. That's where I'd be ending up.
Chris, we're not gouging them. It's not gouging.
Okay, maybe that's the wrong word. What I'm saying is let's have a soft transition where it's not a huge jump in the amount they're paying.
Okay, that I get. Okay, I'm sorry.
So, I mean, that's where I think that's a reasonable period of time to figure out another place to go. I think they realize that. Let's, be helpful in that transition and not add an additional kind
Sort of a
challenge.
parachute landing. Kind of.
Yeah, parachute landing.
I gave them 5 years, 5 years ago.
I wasn't here 5 years ago.
Well, that's why I'm providing history.
Council gave them.
And the other history that I'll give Councilmember Noblock when we started all this with FAM and this loan and all of that, it was so that San Clemente had these services. We started it. It was the intended for our housing element. They have branched out, as the mayor said, and that's why they say it no longer fits. But I think if we do it Councilmember Duncan's way, we'll go 2 years and they'll still need somewhere to go. If we don't, they still have a year on their lease. They just need to start looking for a place, seriously looking for it. Or they could go to the other cities. I don't know how many they serve, but I think 5.
And
Or
of all the
more.
money we give,
They could come up just a few $1,000s and then we would get
Remember that
reimbursed for
there's
the cost
probably-
per month.
There's probably organizations in other cities that serve our residents too. It's not just, this isn't the only model where people in other cities get helped. right?
I don't
mean,
know that that
So-
is true.
So I'm going to ask council for, if we were to sell the building, and that building would probably go for 4 million, somewhere in the neighborhood of $4 million. And as part of that selling the building, if that purchaser, buyer, agreed to let FAM stay there for another year, would you be agreeable to selling the building? And I'm gonna give a sweetener to Mr. Knobloch here, if all $4 million went into our unfunded liability.
That is ridiculous.
You're talking this.
Why is that ridiculous?
It's just, you guys are pandering to each other. I'm sorry, I'm just
You
being
pander all
honest.
the time. What are you
But
talking about,
I,
Kathy?
and that has to stop. But let me say,
You drop
there
the Brad
might be a
Malamud
reason that we might
name all
need
the
that
time. What are you
building.
talking about?
It's a few doors
Jeez.
down from City Hall. If we sell it, what if maintenance needs that building? And it works out perfectly. There's not any more land to have.
I understand.
So I understand what you're trying to do, but I don't want to consider that at this time because we might need that building.
This is
Lot of-
why I asked the question.
There's a lot of good information tonight. A lot of it's the information I've heard for the first time. I don't have the multiple years of experience with FAM other than as a civilian watching them from a distance. But I'd like a staff report on precisely what our involvement has been and is with FAM. And then I'd like to consider some of the options that have been kicked around tonight, all the options that Chris mentioned, that Gene mentioned. And I don't know that I can vote tonight on a direction because I'm hearing a lot of this for the first time.
I agree with that. And we had this as a closed session item, so it was going to be slightly different, but I
So you
think-
guys moved it. So.
It was agendized for discussion.
But now a staff report probably would be.
I thought it was best if we're going to do this, that the public sees what we're doing.
You brought it up and in my opinion, we've had a good discussion.
This is not a normal real estate discussion where we would, screw up the deal or give someone a competitive advantage. This is more of a policy decision than a real estate decision.
And I like your suggestion as well.
Okay, so we're in agreement. That's going to go to a staff report
Yes. Are you good with
for
that?
another meeting?
I am, but I'm going to ask for some significant time because staff are working on other priorities and this will
Yeah.
take some research.
Okay.
We just approved the budget.
July,
Yeah,
I would either say. that-
Jonathan's got plenty of free.
We won't be here in July.
and
It'll
that's-
either be the meeting in July or the meeting in August.
And
I
the
can't
smartest
commit.
person in the room, she could do it
I
tomorrow.
haven't assigned it to her yet. Either the meeting in July or the meeting in August if the council's agreeable.
Okay,
Okay,
Mayor, will you entertain a motion of adjournment?
absolutely.
I move that we adjourn to an adjourned regular meeting to be held on June 15th, 2022. The adjourned regular business meeting will commence at 6:00 PM for the purpose of conducting commission and committee interviews and appointments. The meeting will take place in the Community Center Auditorium located at 100 North Calle Seville, San Clemente.
Second.
Motion by Ward, second by Duncan. Miss Ward.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 4-0. Thank you.